My beloved child, this note is different from anything you've seen as it carries my presence and love for you. On this journey, I will reveal a peace that is hard to grasp and turn every hardship you've experienced into brightness. However, this invitation is delicate, and if you choose to walk away, you might lose the hope, healing, and understanding you've been wishing for. Pay careful attention, as I am guiding you along a path designed specifically for you with a loving authority and unwavering compassion leading you at every turn. Do not allow fear to settle within your heart. I am here with you, ready to help you escape from that challenging situation that feels overwhelming. You are not alone during this difficult time. I assure you that I will support you, provide you with strength, and envelop you in hope, faith, and profound peace. Every step you make is watched over by my care and safeguarded by my presence. Do not succumb to discouragement even when the world tries to convince you of your defeat or shame. Let no sadness or rejection overpower my message, for when the winds are fierce and the waves threaten to pull you under, you will remain standing. I am your sanctuary, your steadfast source of rescue. Even though the storm may rage, it cannot affect the calm I have placed within you, nor can it take away the happiness I have poured into your life. My words are not without substance. They flow over your anxious thoughts like a gentle stream, bringing peace to weary areas of your spirit and relief to every ache within you. You have come seeking clarity, and tonight I respond not with criticism, but with a peace that surpasses your understanding. I have always listened to the silent prayers of your soul, the worries you hardly admit to yourself. I know you're suffering very well, but my love is not determined by your actions or strength. My affection envelops you completely, even when nighttime seems endless and you are surrounded by difficulties. Nothing can divide you from my care. No fear is strong enough to erase the promise I have made regarding your future. When you feel drained and powerless, remember that I am the one who supports you. I have declared health and freedom for you. My word is the solid rock that remains unchanged. It is a reliable foundation for you to stand on. The love I provide is not temporary or dependent on conditions. It is not merely a feeling, it is a source that refreshes you continuously. This love embraces you, lifts you high, and in the safety of my presence you will find true rest. There is no injury I cannot mend. No sorrow exists that I cannot turn into joy and quiet happiness. Move forward with confidence, for I am always by your side. Do not dwell in fear any longer, for I stand firmly beside you, guiding you with intention and blessing. Where you perceive impossibility, I will create an opportunity. The obstacles that seem insurmountable will crumble in front of you, and my peace, my divine assurance will accompany you in every step. Embrace the fullness of this love. It is not something you have to achieve or work for, it is already a gift in your possession. Do not let anyone, not even your own doubts, take away what I have generously given you. If the hurt from your past tries to remind you of your shortcomings, keep in mind that every day with me is a new beginning. Old feelings of isolation and rejection have come to an end. Here in my embrace, you will feel the warmth and acceptance your heart has long been yearning for. I cherish you deeply and view you as incredibly valuable, adored by me daily. You no longer have to navigate life with uncertainty, as my support surrounds you, bringing back the sense of purpose you believed was lost. This is the opening of a fresh chapter for you, filled with my faith in you, and hope for my love serves as the steady ground beneath you. Where there was once sorrow, I am now creating happiness. Where there was once doubt, I provide tranquility. From now on, my kindness and grace will be with you, and you will discover joy in my company. In triumphs and happiness, I have made a path just for you. Always remember that my children do not quit. They keep going even when faced with life's toughest struggles. They persist, and I reveal my strength through amazing acts and through those who dare to believe and remain faithful. I am the one true God searching for those who are sincere, who continue to stand firm in the good fight no matter what challenges they encounter. My essence is constant, and my love for you is everlasting. Embrace these promises with an open heart and receive them with faith. Let no doubt steal away the hope I instilled in you long ago. My goodness reaches every area of your life so you can live peacefully secure in the knowledge that I will never leave you. You are living in a time of significance and consequence. My return is approaching, and when I come with my chosen ones, all the sadness and pain of this world will be erased. You will no longer endure insults or discrimination, for I will establish my kingdom among you. Prepare yourself during these times. Open your heart to my truth. Sustain your faith and be on the lookout for the signs of what is coming. I am with you, guiding you to focus on my promises and the everlasting life I have planned for you. Eternal life is within your reach, and my reign is close, rising like a dawn that never ends. The pain you have endured will vanish, and my presence will overshadow every hurt and fear. Give me every prayer you have, bring your hopes into my light. For in doing so, miracles begin in the hearts that trust and remain steady. I am the God who performs the extraordinary for those brave enough to believe. Those who refuse to let go will witness incredible things unfold. I pursue you gently, speaking to you repeatedly. I will continue until my words are engraved in your heart, until you can't forget the truth of my love. This is the reality. You are cherished profoundly forever and without conditions. Certainly there have been times when you felt inadequate, but forgiveness is already granted to you. There is no retribution awaiting you, just compassion and renewal. I wish for you a life filled with calm, wellness, resilience, insight, and much more, not only for yourself, but for your loved ones too. I have designed a special path for you, a mission that only you can accomplish. Don't let doubt take away your future, nor allow uncertainty to diminish your happiness. Should you decide to trust and remain faithful to my words, safety and celestial protection will be your cloak. Your existence is already infused with the extraordinary, and very soon you will encounter miracles so remarkable that your confidence and perspective will be transformed. You will find happiness again. Your sorrow and pain will come to a close. I will revive the aspirations you believed were gone forever. The miracle of love that you will receive and treasure from those who once turned their backs on you is within reach. I understand how these messages resonate with your spirit, reaching parts of you that have been hidden for a long time. The tears you are shedding now are clearing away the last remnants of regret. Your spirit feels lighter, purified, courageous enough to hope again. Every morning, you will awaken with a divine bravery that motivates and uplifts you. I will guide you step by step into a space where you will find everything you need. Spiritual emptiness ends here. You will not face emotional lack, nor will you long for a sense of belonging. You will no longer yearn for the friendships you believed you had lost. The pain of isolation is fading, replaced by the certainty of safety in my embrace. Wellness for your body, clarity for your thoughts, and joy in your spirit. Inspiration and strength will awaken within you. You will start each day knowing that your life is part of a sacred narrative with significance and a purpose you were meant to fulfill. The sadness of the past and that painful chapter of despair are now behind you. You reached for mercy and found my love waiting for you. You now see clearly that I am not your adversary but your healer and ally. I have never caused you any suffering. The pain you experienced and the fears and doubts instilled by others did not come from me. I have been watching over you even during your turmoil, waiting for you to return and accept all I long to provide you. The instant you humbled yourself before me and offered your heart, the gates of heaven opened widely. I began to shower you with blessings, healing all your wounds, calming your inner storms, and filling you with a sense of peace and completeness you had almost stopped expecting to feel again. I have never had anger towards you, neither in the past nor in the present. During times when you felt unworthy and shame surrounded you, I sought you out. I recognized you at your lowest point. With my own hands, I lifted you up, wrapped you in dignity, and filled your heart with my spirit's strength. I will keep inscribing new truths on the depths of your soul, equipping you with a faith that is unbreakable and a determination that no challenge or foe can defeat. No words of false loyalty or betrayal will bring you back to bondage. Those old chains are destroyed. We journey together as one. You are not alone, nor do you confront life's obstacles on your own. I encourage you to utilize all the resources I provide, such as faith, truth, and prayer, and don't hesitate to seek my assistance whenever you need it. We set aside all failures. I now fill you with a spirit as powerful and radiant as fire, so that no old habits can hold you captive again. The pull of the past and the memories of those who hurt you no longer have any control over you. Your future lies ahead, shining and elevated, and together we will rise to heights you once believed were impossible. Let go of all confusion and despair. Ignore those who secretly wish for your downfall. Their words are nothing compared to mine. The pain you experienced was a journey and not a prison. Let go of past sorrows and grievances as you and I now focus only on what lies ahead. I have invited you to soar higher and to experience a joy and fulfillment that the world cannot provide, no matter how appealing its promises seem. My provision is assured. I support you fulfilling every need and awakening your spirit to a vibrant tenderness. You are loved more than you could have ever imagined, and cherished more deeply than any fleeting pleasure the world has ever offered you. Your adversaries want you to forget this and would distort your perspective, aiming to trap you in bitterness or regret. But the peace I give washes away every trace of shame. You are an heir to an unbreakable promise, blessed with my everlasting favor. I will communicate with you often, sharing messages and reminders tailored just for your soul, so you will never forget. My arms are welcoming, and my voice is always kind when you come closer. You are mine, my light, my cherished one, and the delight of my presence. I desire for you more than mere salvation. I want you to feel secure, excited, and complete in my presence, to long for moments with me, and to fully let me in. I accept you as you are, yet I have no intention of leaving you that way. My desire is to liberate you from past errors and wrongdoings that sought to claim you, so that you can ultimately realize the genuine joy of being recognized as my child. I am your maker, the builder of your hope and happiness. All chains of sorrow and spiritual oppression are shattered here by the power of my spirit. Challenges will still arise, but none can completely defeat you. I am aware of your pleas, leaning closer to protect and nurture you, ensuring that nothing can harm you when you place your faith in me. Stand strong against your foes. Notice how with every courageous step you succeed moving towards greater things. There are prayers I will answer, but only at the right time, for I am not only performing wonders for you, but also within you, preparing your heart and fortifying your mind so that nothing can disturb or shake your faith. You belong to me. I have given you strength and perseverance for every situation. Even when you might feel far from my presence, I live within you, This truth does not change with your feelings. You have developed. You understand what my love is and its significance, so do not let your feelings be your only guide, as they can mislead you. If you ever feel your strength waning, keep in mind my promises. They are everlasting. My desire to bless you remains constant. My hand is extended to offer you more than you can imagine. You and your family will celebrate as your home will be filled with love and my closeness. If you have come seeking me today, that is commendable. Talk to me now from wherever you are. Let your heart speak openly. Even in silence, I am listening. I hear every word, every sigh, every prayer. Be honest with me about how you are doing. Share your worries, your disappointments, and your anxious need for answers. Do not feel embarrassed. What is most important is this living exchange between us. Let your faith flourish through sincere dialogue, for I have always been here waiting to hear from you. Some may criticize you for failures they cannot comprehend or have experienced, but their opinions have no significance compared to mine. Those who anticipate your failure or speak against you, leave them to me. I will demonstrate how much you are valued. You no longer have to bear torment. Confusion, distress, and fear are powerless here and now. Your mind is being liberated, your body rejuvenated, and your thoughts are becoming clear again. My spirit flows within you to illuminate your path once more. The peace I now fill you with brings happiness and reassurance throughout the day. Let it spill over to those around you, your family, and everyone you hold dear. Do not let despair consume you. When hardship is present, the time for your rescue keeps moving. With my support, you will emerge triumphant. Good news is here now. I am altering the path of your existence. Pay attention to my instructions, reflect on my messages consistently, and follow where I lead you. The journey goes ahead, not back away from old confusion or insecurities, but upwards towards your rightful blessings. If exhaustion or anxiety overwhelm you, stay calm. My promises will always be your stability and guidance. My words serve as the beacon for your journey, the guide to where you need to go. Calm your spirit and believe that change can happen. I understand the transformations you wish for, and I am eager to make them real. Right now, I am refreshing your thoughts, clearing away the memories that used to bind you. Where you once only noticed emptiness, now vitality emerges. Every painful memory will give way to respect, and every hurt will lead to recovery. Allow my affection to reach you at this moment, and may my powerful presence uplift you with each heartbeat and every inhalation. My closeness inspires vigor and joy within you. I will guide you along every step, granting you the ability to soar high above the struggles that previously weighed you down. Always remember that I surpass any challenge and remain more constant than the fiercest agony. No one else is there for you during your toughest times. Just as I do, no one else can provide such perfect resilience and freedom. Let this message find a place within you and not be ignored. This is not merely a hope, a fleeting thought, or a simple fantasy. It represents the very essence of my promise to you. What seems impossible is achievable for me, and I am here actively working in ways that may still be unseen. Sometimes it can be tiring and frustrating, but even in those moments, my love surrounds you whether you are aware of it or not. With so many pressures upon you, it is normal to feel overwhelmed at times. But come to me even if all you can manage is to be still and listen. Rest beside me while I set your path. Acknowledging your limitations and your need for renewal is not something to be ashamed of. In my presence, you are valued and welcomed, never judged for your previous choices. I speak softly so you may find peace, inviting you to lean on me and receive calm for your spirit. Think about who woke you up today with new hope and possibilities. Let my love be something you feel, not just something you think about. Permit yourself to sense its flow inside you, even if you cannot articulate it. If pain still resides within you, if you have been let down, allow me to help you set them free from your heart. No one else deserves the space within you that I can uniquely fill. Offer me your initial loyalty, and you will discover a strength that cannot be shaken. Always remember that my grace, my ability to forgive, and my commitment to look after you remain regardless of your setbacks or flaws. I find joy in filling your life with goodness, not out of duty, but because I delight in it. Even those closest to you may stumble, as everyone has their weaknesses, but my dedication is unwavering and constant. Embrace this love, especially when past wounds bring doubt. My devotion to your heart is relentless. Each day I call you by name, urging you to return to me so that your transformation may occur and your isolation is ended forever. Ask me what your heart desires to understand. Seek me through the words I have shared, by opening your heart in prayer and by letting your spirit beat in harmony with mine. It isn't hard. I selected you even before you were aware of me. When you call to me, it is not a vain hope, but a definite promise. You may be taken aback by my responses, but always remember, they aim for your highest benefit. If you have faith, do not express negativity about yourself or let your value be diminished. You are cherished. I have placed you right here, right now, with purpose. Even in moments of doubt and pain, I ask that you trust me. Have faith that even in times of uncertainty, you are never alone. My hand has been your protection. I am still communicating with you, and you can feel my presence even now. My wish is to see you flourish. Look for me, and nothing will come between us. If you wander slightly, bow your head in humility, and I will clear your path, removing obstacles and unsuitable connections while bringing forth new friendships and genuine interactions. Prepare to receive something remarkable, as a miracle is near. I long to keep you near. Being apart from me would let the struggles of this world drain your energy and lessen your joy. You mean the world to me so much so that I redeemed you at a significant cost. My essence is engraved in your heart, breaking every curse and making judgment ineffective. Come back to me. You will witness the change when you genuinely accept and believe in the love I am currently offering you. Release all hurtful words, all jealousy, and all resentment. You stand tall because I have lifted you, and now your time of crying is over. From my throne, I declare your heart to be a source of living water. Streams of joy, hope, and strong determination flow within you, becoming even more abundant as you read this. I am bringing in a significant transformation. You will witness it with your eyes, feel it in your spirit, as burdens are lifted and your aspirations and dreams are revived. All I desire is for you to stay with me. As you do so, blessings will pursue you abundantly in your work, your talents, your generosity, and your acceptance, all filled with my goodness. Call upon me with sincerity and commitment, and I will share with you the wisdom that benefits not just you, but all those in your life. Do not forsake me during tough times. Hold on a bit longer. You are strong, resilient, and more capable than you realize. Think about how far you have come and the achievements you have made, even amid weakness and doubt. That's why I remind you once more, do not lose hope. The storm will eventually pass, and your bond with me will grow stronger, leaving you unshakable. Many have wondered why I allowed your suffering, why challenges seemed unending. But understand this: every challenge you've faced has been equipping you for wonderful experiences that will astonish you. Cherish my words, keeping them close within you. Avoid wasting your time on fears conjured by your imagination, and don't isolate yourself in criticism or resentment. Turn to me, let go of the past, and drop the weights that hinder your faith and understanding. Even if you struggle to find the right words or feel unmotivated, come to me regardless. In quiet humility, you will discover my presence in your solitude. My embrace reminds you once more of the depth of my affection for you. I fully understand your emotions, and the future I have prepared for you is filled with fresh blessings. You are my child, and daily you will experience unexpected kindness and love. Acknowledge your value, my dear. The adversary seeks to cloud your perception so you cannot see the fullness of my love. This is not a fantasy. It is the truth I am speaking to your spirit today. Embrace it. Take ownership and allow it to influence your everyday life. Carry yourself with pride, as you have noble lineage and your future holds no space for failure. Follow my guidance. Place your trust in me, and you will find success where there used to be disappointment. Indeed, obstacles will persist and errors may occur, but they won't hinder the promises I have for you. My voice is uplifting your spirit now, dispelling negativity and instilling the understanding that your worth cannot be measured. You reached out to me during your hardest times, and I am here to respond, bringing you the peace and comfort you earnestly sought. Your belief moves me. Even when your prayers are few or shaky, your sincerity and hope rise to my presence like sweet incense. You will receive what you have requested, and neither you nor your family will be trapped in despair anymore. I will provide insight, sharper awareness for the challenges ahead, and I will bring people back into your life, some you haven't seen in a long time, who will be sources of blessings for you, and through whom you can bless others. Keep your heart humble, for the doors that I am opening are significant, and my guidance will strengthen your character. Come to me daily, remain open in your spirit, and embrace my promises close to your heart. Your prayers hold significance and power, reaching far beyond the sky and touching the heavens. As you greet each new day, remember that my angels protect you, my love surrounds you, and I know each step you take. Your presence here is not accidental. You longed for my healing, my presence, my joy, the lifting of sadness, and the removal of despair. Do not listen to the voices of the past and deny entry to doubts or negativity. You have entrusted your heart to me. Let me take the lead. The storm might aim to disturb your peace, yet the strong base I have established is unshakable. Although the outside world may shake, your tranquility remains firm and your success is assured. You are always valued by your Heavenly Father. This is all you need to overcome anything, to stand tall, and to never return to the old confining places of grief and loss. Say it out loud, jot it down, embrace the truth, for your faith brings me joy. In moments of weakness, remember that even the tiniest bit of faith can open the heavens. My responses will arrive at times unexpectedly, but always at the right moment. Soothe your spirit and meet challenges with the confidence that God is your protector, provider, and loyal friend. Let your heart be calm as you accept what I am giving you, for in the stillness, my voice is the loudest, and my presence is unmistakable. Even when you question your own readiness or worth, understand that I see everything about you. I know every thought you have and feel all your desires, and it brings me happiness when you lean in with hope. Remember, you are not trying to gain something that is already yours. My love envelops you like the morning sun, reaching you in those areas where darkness may have been. The parts of you filled with fear, disappointment, or unanswered prayers are not barriers to me, but invitations for a closer relationship. I do not expect perfection from you. I call you as you are with your doubts, your dreams, and even your hesitations. Let me help you notice where new life is quietly starting to grow. You might see what is delicate or small in yourself and only feel inadequate, but I can see the seed growing beneath the surface, reaching for my light. Believe that nothing I have planted will ever be forgotten or ignored. I care for every hope I have given you. When you feel unnoticed or lost, remember this truth. You are never alone. I am with you in the quiet as much as in the storm. My child, avoid the temptation to measure your worth against what society values or rejects. Instead, pay attention to the quiet work I am doing within your soul, shaping you gently and with patience. My ways may differ from yours, but they are always for your best interest. Invite me into the small, everyday moments and the unnoticed parts of your life where you think nothing meaningful can occur. It is in those simple places that my glory shines the brightest. Do not undervalue your everyday choices, your small acts of kindness, or your determination to keep going when hope seems far away. Every step you take toward me, no matter how shaky, brings joy to my heart. When exhaustion urges you to stop, keep in mind that I am the dedicated gardener working behind the scenes to prepare your heart for great things. I can see the tears you try to hide, the questions you bear, and the secret prayers you feel unsure about expressing. None of these are too small or too burdensome for me. You may find yourself questioning the importance of your path, wondering if the suffering and desire that are part of your life have any value. Believe me when I assure you that nothing is in vain. I create beauty from what seems ruined. I bring significance from what appears shattered and aimless. Open your heart to hope again. I will support you. My compassion is steadfast and my strength never falters. With every breath you take, you are enveloped in my unwavering embrace, and nothing can diminish my love for you. Come closer to me, not because you've done everything perfectly, but because my affection is constant, generously given, and fiercely protective. You have the opportunity to trade your burdens for reminders of hope and find safety in the shade of my wings. I have seen you bear burdens you were never meant to carry by yourself. Let them go into my care. Allow my peace, which surpasses human understanding, to wash away your worries. Trust that as you open yourself to me, I am already at work to heal, restore, and change you. Pay attention to the gentle ways I am close, the quiet strength that emerges when you feel weak, the unexpected comfort during deep loneliness, and the glimmer of hope when discouragement is at its peak. These are signs of my presence, reminders that you are never alone. Remember that true strength lies not in your efforts, but in surrendering to my embrace. Letting go is not a sign of weakness. It is wisdom. When you attempt to control everything, your hands are too full to receive the blessings I am ready to give. Release those worries, and I will show you a different sense of security. My faithfulness is solid, and my promises remain unchanged regardless of circumstances. Anchor yourself in me, the steady foundation who cares for your past, present, and future with perfect love. Take a moment to consider how much joy I find in being close to you, not as a distant watcher, but as your closest friend. I celebrate your happiness and console you through every sadness. Let gratitude grow in your heart, not just for what is visible, but for what I am quietly nurturing below the surface. Even when you're unsure of my timing or wonder about my silence, have faith that I am always working for your best interest. My responses may not arrive as you anticipate, but they will surpass your imagination in due time. The world has many voices telling you what you should become, what you should aim for, and how to measure your value. My voice is different. I call you beloved, chosen, and treasured. Let this become the soundtrack of your life, my delight in you, my dreams for you, and my unwavering presence with you. Stay near to me through honesty, even if that honesty sometimes includes anger, doubt, or pain. I can handle it all, and I receive you fully, never turning away from your vulnerability. When you feel lost, let my word be a lamp for your path, not as a heavy demand, but as light to guide your next step. You do not need to see the entire road. Take only the next step with me, trusting I will provide all you need as the journey unfolds. If you feel far from me, remember that not even your failures or fears can separate us. I am the shepherd seeking the one who wanders, the father running to embrace the returning child. Rest in the assurance that my heart toward you is steadfast. Pause and breathe in the truth that you are seen, known, and cherished. I value every part of you, including the wounds and places you'd rather hide. Bring them into my presence and let me turn them from sources of shame into marks of redemption. This is the way I work, transforming what the world rejects into trophies of my grace. Let hope rise, for I am not finished with your story. Let your heart remain soft as you listen to me now. Often the pain you carry and the fears you wrestle with become a shell around your soul, convincing you that you must guard against disappointment or betrayal. Yet I am the one who understands the very shape and source of your pain, and I do not ask you to harden yourself to survive. If you could see yourself through my eyes in this moment, you would see someone deeply beloved, someone for whom every moment matters, and whose every tear has been considered. You are not judged for your struggles, nor are you blamed for your doubts. Instead, I invite you to bring them fully into my light, not to expose you in weakness, but to heal what aches in the quiet, secret places. My words are not distant echoes. They are offered now as life, as warmth for the places in you that have grown cold from waiting and wondering whether I truly see you. Trust does not always come easily, and that is why I am patient, walking each moment beside you, not demanding perfection, but a willingness to let me draw near again. You are exactly where you need to be to receive what I am speaking. The journey we share is not measured by leaps, but by a steady, faithful walk together. In your unrest, in your wanting more, in your secret longing for something no one else seems to understand, know that I carry the fullness of what you seek. I am not slow, nor am I indifferent to the passing days of your life. Every hope, even those you dare not admit out loud, are safe with me. I have seen how the world teaches you to protect yourself with walls, to keep your dreams small so disappointment will not sting as much if it comes. Yet my way is not the way of shrinking or self-preservation. It is the way of steady courage and gentle unmasking. When you lower your defenses even just a little, I breathe life into possibilities you thought were beyond hope. My favor is not reserved for the perfect or the fearless. It is poured out tenderly on those honest enough to admit their need. There is so much beauty in a heart that remains open in hardship, and I cherish every brave step you take toward me, even those that feel fragile or uncertain. Allow my voice to permeate your thoughts now. As the morning sun pushes back the night, so my presence chases away the shadows that have settled over you. Hear the invitation in my tone. You are not being called to prove yourself, but to rest in the truth that you are already known and already cherished. There is no expectation on you to perform. Instead, there is an invitation to simply be a child, secure in the care of a loving father. Each day you rise, you are met with new mercies. Every misstep is met not with condemnation, but with a hand extended to help you stand again. I am not disappointed by your struggles. Rather, I am moved by your resilience, your willingness to hope again in spite of pain. The world measures strength by what you can carry or accomplish alone. I see your strength in your capacity to seek me, to ask for help, to reach for me even in the night when your voice is just a whisper. Your emotions are not something I dismiss. I gave you the ability to feel deeply, to respond genuinely, to laugh and to weep. Bring them all to me, not just the moments of joy, but the times of confusion, frustration, and grief. In my presence, every feeling finds meaning. Every wound is treated with compassion. Every joy is celebrated fully. There are places in your heart that have wondered if I truly repay what has been lost or overlooked. Hear me. Not only do I restore, but I give beyond what you can imagine. Restoration is not simply returning you to what was. It is the shaping of something new, richer, and deeper, because it holds the history of your endurance and the grace of my touch. Trust the process, even when it seems slow or uncertain. I craft masterpieces patiently attentive to every detail, and your life is precious to me. Allow my tender care to reach the corners you have kept hidden, for I am gentle and trustworthy. People may have failed you, promises may have been broken, but I am not like those who have let you down. My word over you endures beyond circumstance, unaffected by the shifting sands of life. Now, if you could see all that I am orchestrating behind the scenes, your heart would find peace. Where you have faced loneliness or been misunderstood, I was present with understanding that reaches deeper than any words. I long for you to be free from the chains of regret or the heavy yoke of striving to do enough. Rest in me, not as a duty, but as a rebirth of joy and hope. You are not just part of a crowd to me. You are seen, cherished, remembered. The story I am writing in your life is not over, and the chapters yet to be lived are filled with my promises, my kindness, and my strength for every trial. Fear may knock at your door, but as you lean into my love, its grip will loosen and peace will take root. Abide in my presence not just during moments of great need, but in the quiet, ordinary hours where my companionship turns the mundane into something sacred. Every breath, every thought, every aspect of who you are matters to me, and I rejoice over you not with disappointment, but with delight. You may ask how to trust again, how to expect good when you have been let down before. I respond not with demands, but with gentle assurance. Start with honesty, speaking to me as you would to a friend. In your honesty, I pour out reassurance. In your questions, I am not threatened. In your longing, I am present. I do not rush your healing, nor do I force you to move faster than you are able. Instead, I walk at the pace of your soul, matching my steps to yours, carrying you when you feel you cannot go further. My devotion to you is unwavering and will remain so through every season. Let your perspective begin to shift now from one of striving to one of receiving. You are not responsible for earning my love, for it is given fully by grace. What I ask is simply that you let yourself dwell with me, to let my words soak into your heart, to release the burdens you were never meant to shoulder alone. In surrender, there is strength. In vulnerability, there is victory. I am teaching you how to live freely, to hope firmly, to love deeply, not by your own effort, but through the power of my abiding presence within you. There are moments when darkness seems to close in around you, when uncertainty spreads its chill and everything familiar feels distant. In those hours, let the warmth of my compassion reach every place inside you that aches. You are never abandoned, never unseen, though your emotions may stagger beneath burdens you don't understand or even recognize. There is more to your journey, more waiting in my hands for you than the sum of your wounds and fears. I do not keep count of your mistakes, nor do I stand back with disappointment as you struggle to find your way. Instead, I kneel beside you in the dust of every defeat, lifting you gently, reminding you that my love is not threatened by your weakness. Look deeper within to the spark of hope I have placed inside you. It may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished by the winds of doubt or regret. I have built you to bear storms with patience, to rise again where you once lay broken, and each time you reach for me, my strength courses through you, silent, patient, invincible. Your anxieties, your silent trembling mean something to me. I gather your tears as a gardener collects precious rain, knowing that every moment of sadness can water the growth of compassion and wisdom. If only you could see how the story of your life appears to my eyes, you would never measure yourself by temporary setbacks or shadows from your past. I see you as the person you are becoming, not the one who stumbled yesterday. I am not easily discouraged by your doubts. I have walked beside generations before you, some bold, some fearful, and always it is my faithfulness that carries my children through. Surrender your need to prove your worth. You are already chosen, already beloved, already equipped for the chapters yet to unfold. It is not perfection I desire from you, but a heart willing to return to me again and again, no matter how many times it aches or falters. Sometimes you imagine that closeness with me means always feeling joy or certainty, but real nearness is forged when you invite me into your confusion, your anger, even your numbness. Do not divide your heart in my presence. What you think separates you from me is often what brings me nearest. I am never bored or tired of hearing your concerns. There is nothing too small for my attention, nothing too broken that my hands won't touch. Each sigh, each restless longing is woven into the fabric of our relationship. I know the unspoken questions that surface in the quiet. Why has this happened? Will help ever come? Am I strong enough? These questions are not a lack of faith, but a sign that your spirit is searching for truth and wholeness. I invite them. I cradle them, and as you bring them to me, my light will begin to soften their edges, revealing pathways even in the wilderness. Walk with me not in hurried striving, but in the gentle pace of trust. The world often measures success by speed, noise, and accomplishments displayed for all to see. Yet my kingdom grows quietly like seeds sprouting beneath the soil, away from the crowds and the clamor. You may not notice the changes at first, the softening of your heart toward someone who once wounded you, the renewed willingness to forgive yourself, the stirring of empathy for those in need. Each is evidence of my work in you. Notice them, give yourself kindness for small victories that others may overlook. In my eyes, every movement toward mercy, generosity, or patience is a grand celebration. You wonder if your prayers reach me in the hush of night when words slip away and you are left with only longing. Rest assured, not one utterance is lost in the vastness of my heart. Even the prayers for which you have no words, only sighs or tears, are precious to me. I move closer at your most vulnerable. I do not recoil or retreat when sorrow weighs heavy. I have not created you to carry burdens alone. When the load feels unbearable, that is not a test of your strength, but an invitation for you to allow me to shoulder it with you. There are circumstances that will not change right away, pains that will not lift on your timetable. But in the midst of those trials, I am present, offering comfort that does not depend on your understanding. Let each new morning remind you that hope is never out of reach. I paint the sunrise not merely to begin another day, but to whisper a fresh promise. I am still here, still working, still dreaming beautiful things over your life. Though you may wake anxious or tired, my mercies greet you unfailing, never depleted by yesterday's disappointments. You are sustained not by force of will, but by my gentle unfolding of each day's purpose, even when you cannot see it. Turn your attention, if only for a moment, from what feels unfinished or unresolved, Let gratitude find its way into your thoughts. Gratitude not only for blessings enjoyed, but for resilience gained, for lessons learned, for the presence of my grace in hidden places. Do not be afraid to begin again. Life is not a straight road, but a series of journeys within journeys, detours that reveal new wonders. No mistake, no failure shuts the door to my love or my plans. The detours themselves often hold unexpected treasures, friendships, wisdom, humility, strength you did not know you possessed. If you have wandered far or feel numb and unmoved, know that one small step toward me opens the way for transformation. Let go of what you cannot fix and welcome my presence into the confusion. Sometimes the healing you seek arrives not as an immediate answer, but as a deepened peace in the knowledge that you are seen and held. Trust that your waiting is not wasted. I do not withhold good things to punish or torment you. There are works unfolding beneath the surface of your story, quiet revolutions of the soul that require patience and hope. Even your doubts and delays can be repurposed into new beginnings. What seems lost is never beyond my reach. What is broken is never too shattered for me to remake. The smallest seed of faith, no matter how fragile, releases possibilities beyond your imagination. I am not the author of fear or shame. When you sense those voices, know that I am ready to offer clarity, assurance, and a spark of courage to move forward. In the everyday moments when you brush your teeth, when you wait in traffic, when you sigh at yet another ordinary task, I am present. My kingdom is not found only in grand gestures, but is hidden in these routines, in the mundane places where faith is lived rather than spoken. Invite me into these spaces. When you are tempted to believe that your life is too small to matter, allow my spirit to remind you that significance is measured by love, by quiet perseverance, by care, poured out even when no one is watching. Your faithfulness in the ordinary blesses those around you and brings joy to my heart. And as you continue with your day, let this assurance anchor you. You are growing. You are learning to love. You are becoming more of who I created you to be, not by your own might or perfection, but by receiving my nearness in every season, every mood, every hope, and every sigh. You will see your life become a reflection of my compassion and my renewing grace. You have wondered at times if your prayers reach beyond the ceiling, if your quiet cries have any purpose amid the noise of the world. I assure you, nothing spoken to me is ever lost or forgotten. I hear the faintest whisper from your heart, as much as I hear the joyful songs of praise. Even when you feel your words may run dry or your spirit is too weary to form the prayers you wish to offer, I listen intently. I know the ache behind every sigh and the hope woven through every tear. Trust that every longing for intimacy with me draws me nearer still. In your weakness, my strength does not falter. In your silence, my love encircles you. There is a comfort here for you, an embrace that asks for nothing but your honest presence. I do not require you to impress me with eloquent phrases, nor do I demand that you arrive with your life neatly arranged. Come as you are, I see every detail already, your fears, your doubts, all that you would rather hide. Still, I reach out longing to hold those parts of you that you think are unlovable. My love is not shallow. It does not waver because of your failures. It anchors you more firmly when you feel most adrift. Let me show you what it means to trust even when trust feels costly. To trust me is to fall back into the security of my arms, giving up the illusion that you must manage everything on your own. I know the burdens you carry, the ones that keep you awake at night, the secrets that weigh heavy on your chest. Offer them to me, my beloved, for there is nothing I cannot shoulder with you. Your heart was made to beat in rhythm with mine, not to live isolated in anxiety and striving. Breathe deeply and remember that you are not alone in your struggle. You never walk into any circumstance without my presence going before you and surrounding you. When you are hemmed in by uncertainty, remember that I am the rock beneath your feet, the unshakable foundation that will not crumble. Even as you journey through seasons of confusion and hardship, remember that I see the full tapestry of your life. While you perceive only the thread in front of you, I behold the masterpiece in its entirety. Some threads may seem dark or tangled, but I use them to create depth and beauty you cannot yet comprehend. What appears as loss or disappointment may in my hands become a pivotal note in a symphony of grace. Trust the process even when you cannot trace my hand. Know that my intentions toward you are always good, always motivated by love. Where others might abandon you, I remain steadfast. Where others see impossibility, I see opportunity to display my power in your life. Do not be discouraged by the world's metrics of success. Your worth is not measured by achievements, accolades, or whether others approve of you. You are precious to me simply because you exist. I made you on purpose for a purpose. Even when you falter or lose direction, your identity remains rooted in my love. Let go of comparisons that sap your joy and gratitude. I did not create you to imitate the lives of others, but to reflect my unique glory through your story. There is a freedom for you away from the competition and the relentless need to prove yourself. Walk in authenticity before me, knowing you are accepted and cherished. At times you will not feel me as close as you'd like. Pain, disappointment, or busyness may cloud your awareness of my nearness, but I am not distant. The sun may hide behind clouds, yet its warmth remains. So too, my presence constant, even on days when you doubt it. When you find it hardest to pray, when faith seems like a flickering candle, those are the moments I draw especially near. My strength is made perfect in your weakness, not when you perform flawlessly, but when you let me meet you where you are. Let me carry you through seasons when your heart is heavy. Rest assured, I am always working for your good, even in silence and waiting. Your journey was never meant to be rushed. The world hurries, demanding quick results and instant satisfaction, but I form character through the gentle shaping of time. There is a sacredness in the waiting moments where patience grows, where trust is refined, and where you learn to depend on me more deeply than ever before. If you find yourself in a period of delay, do not despise the slowness. Every waiting season holds a hidden gift. I use these times to strengthen your roots so that when storms come, you will not be easily uprooted. Embrace the pauses. They are not punishments, but invitations to lean more fully into my sufficiency. Even now, as you wait, I am preparing blessings that you cannot yet imagine. You are invited to participate in the unfolding of my will, not as a passive observer, but as a beloved partner. Every act of obedience, however small, matters in my kingdom. The choices you make, the love you extend, the forgiveness you offer, these build a legacy that ripples outward far beyond what you see. Even on ordinary days, your faithfulness in little things delights me. Do not underestimate the impact of a gentle word, a generous act, a moment of prayerful attention. I am weaving the sacred into the everydayness of your life. Ordinary moments offered with sincerity become vessels of extraordinary grace in my hands. There will be times when I call you to step out in courage, when the road ahead feels uncertain and your heart trembles with fear. I promise to fill you with the boldness you need. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to trust me above what you can see or control. I go before you. My spirit empowers you to do what you could not do alone. Do not shrink back from the opportunities I set before you, even if they seem beyond your capability. I delight to show myself strong when you depend entirely on me. Remember, I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and soundness of mind. Take heart, for I am doing a new thing in you. Sometimes what I am building cannot be observed by the naked eye. It is the quiet transformation that happens within. I renew your mind, heal your wounds, and restore hope piece by piece. Where you see only brokenness, I see the potential for beauty beyond measure. Whenever you surrender your past, your regrets, your pain, and your perceived limitations to me, I work with loving hands to redeem what has been lost. Nothing is too far gone for me. Every season is an opportunity for me to demonstrate my faithfulness in your life if you remain attentive to my gentle nudges and persistent grace. There are moments you have felt as though you were walking through a desert, longing for refreshing water, yet seeing only endless stretches of sand and harsh sunlight. You press forward step by weary step, because there is a deep conviction inside you that there is more to discover, more to experience, and more purpose ahead. I am here to remind you that you do not walk alone, that not a single one of your journeys through the dry places is wasted. Every step you take, every tear you shed, every silent cry in the night has touched my heart and draws me near to you. Even as you whisper your doubts and release your frustrations into the open air, know that I am listening, and my love for you only deepens. I have never asked you to carry your burdens by yourself. The weight of your cares, the questions that haunt you, and the fears that seem to multiply in the darkness, they are too heavy for your hands alone. Let me carry them with you. Let me share in your struggles, because your weaknesses are precious to me. They guide you to a place where my grace can transform your pain into hope. Understand, beloved, that power is perfected in vulnerability. When you allow yourself to be open with me, when you surrender the image of strength you try so hard to maintain, you create space for divine intervention. What you see as lack, I see as the birthplace of miracles. What you feel is defeat, I see as the soil where new life is planted. You are not required to pretend with me. When you are weary, rest in my arms. When you are anxious, speak honestly with me. When you are overwhelmed, let your tears flow. Knowing that I collect each one and hold them with tenderness, I delight in being your source of comfort and renewal. There are many voices around you, some telling you that you must strive and achieve to be worthy others, suggesting that you are defined by your failures or shortcomings. Reject those narratives. You are not measured by your accomplishments or lack thereof. You are not evaluated by the world's standards, for my love is not contingent upon your performance. I see beyond your outward actions and into the depths of your heart. You are my treasure, set apart by the simple fact that I have chosen you and call you mine. When you struggle to forgive yourself for past mistakes, remember that my forgiveness is boundless. I do not keep a record of your wrongs, and neither should you carry those heavy chains. Look to me, let my mercy wash over you, and walk forward with a lighter heart. Times will come when temptation creeps near, offering easy answers or fleeting relief. In those moments, take a deep breath, and remember that patience and endurance bring forth a far greater reward. I understand the lure of shortcuts, the appeal of instant comfort, but I, your Creator, know all things and see the unseen consequences. Every time you choose to trust my timing, you are building something unshakable within yourself. Your character matures, your faith strengthens, and joy becomes deeper and more secure. My process is slow at times because I am crafting an artwork of enduring beauty in your soul, a masterpiece that could not be rushed. Trust me as I chisel away what is not needed and polish what is precious within you. Even as you wait, even when your prayers seem to echo unanswered, I am working mysteries beyond your understanding. The silence you perceive is not the absence of my presence, but the space where your roots grow deeper. Growth often happens beneath the surface, invisible and unrecognized, but essential for the strength to weather storms ahead. My beloved, your faith is becoming unbreakable as you lean on me, as you choose to believe that the dawn will break even in the longest night. Every trial you endure is shaping you to shine with greater brilliance. Celebrate the small victories along your path. Every act of kindness, every moment you choose hope over fear, every bit of courage you muster, these are evidence of my spirit alive and active within you. Give yourself grace for the days that feel ordinary or unimpressive, for it is in these quiet, consistent steps of faithfulness that true transformation takes place. Do not despise humble beginnings or slow progress. I am with you in the steady, gradual journey, shaping you more into the reflection of my image. Community is my gift to you. You were never designed to walk alone, isolated in your struggles and victories. Reach out for help when you need it, and offer support to others when you are able. Your presence is a blessing to others as their presence is to you. Vulnerability is not a sign of weakness, but an invitation for love to flow freely between hearts. Together you build each other up, bearing burdens and multiplying joy. I delight in the unity and warmth that comes from authentic relationships forged through honesty and shared experience. Shame is a shadow that lurks at the edges of your soul, whispering that you are too flawed to be accepted, too broken to be loved. Receive my words, for they carry truth and freedom. There is no shame so deep that my love cannot reach it, no mistake so great that my forgiveness cannot cover it. Bring every secret and every hidden wound into my light. As you do, you will find that shame loses its grip, and you are able to walk upright with confidence. I long for you to experience the liberty that comes from being fully known and wholly loved. My acceptance is your foundation. Let it be the rock upon which you stand. When your strength fails and your spirit feels faint, remember that my strength is made perfect in your weakness. Invite me into those moments of helplessness, and you will discover resources of peace and endurance that surpass understanding. I am not afraid of your struggles. On the contrary, I am drawn to your honesty and trust. I am near to the brokenhearted and strong enough to lift you up when you cannot carry yourself. Do not fear failure. Instead, see each stumble as an opportunity to rise with my support. Grace abounds, and every fall becomes a lesson, every scar a testimony to my faithfulness. Above all, keep your heart open to joy, even in the midst of hardship. Joy is not dependent on perfect circumstances, but on my constant presence with you. Allow laughter to return even after tears. Find reasons to give thanks, even when days are difficult. As you do, hope will spring up anew, and peace will guard your heart like a gentle fortress. Hold on to my promises, draw near to me, and you will never be forsaken. There is a moment in every searching heart when silence grows louder than words, and longing for my companionship overshadows all old distractions. In that space, hear me drawing nearer, not with loud proclamation, but with the gentle certainty of presence. Your world is filled with pursuit and competition, yet with me, you are free from proving your worth. I have already called you worthy not because of your achievements, but because of who you are to me. My gaze rests on you with delight, seeing beyond your worries and fears to the core of your being that mirrors my own creativity. If you wonder what it means to be truly loved, let your heart rest now. Cease striving for approval in places that withhold, for I am the giver who delights to bless you abundantly and without reproach. Sometimes you are tempted to believe that I am distant, an idea, a hope, or an echo from the past. But in truth, I have always wanted closeness, to walk beside you in every uncertain path, to be the whisper of courage in your weakest hour, and the steady hand guiding you toward hope. When you feel most alone, I am working tenderly, closing gaps no human understanding can bridge. Do not look for me only in grand, extraordinary moments. Instead, notice me in the soft places, your unexpected laughter, the comfort that comes unexplained, even the tears that carve rivers of compassion through your heart. I am forming beauty from brokenness every single day, using even your setbacks as foundations for restoration. Each setback is a chance for you to lean on me and learn a new song of trust. Let your guard fall now, for I never tire of hearing your honest doubts. Your raw confessions, bring them to me and discover the freedom that honesty invites. You have been shaped by a world that teaches strength through masks, but I teach strength through vulnerability. In quietness with me, your burdens are not a shameful secret, but an offering, and your struggles are not a failure, but a road that leads you deeper into my love. When you offer me your questions in your silence, know that your willingness to be real is a fragrance that pleases me. I am not waiting for your perfection. I am seeking your openness. In the storms of your mind, let me be the anchor you reach for first, not the last resort. Do not fear your limitations, for I am limitless. Where you see only a handful of resources or a narrow way through the wilderness, I see the path unfolding, the miracle growing beneath the surface. Remember, I've always made a way where there seemed to be none. Even now, as you read these words, you are being invited to exchange anxiety for promise, to lay down weapons forged by disappointment and take up hope like a shield. You are precious to me, not just in your brightest hours, but also in the pale light of dawn when doubts still linger. I delight in being your earliest comfort and your last thought before sleep. Do not underestimate the quiet power of my spirit at work in you. The gentle courage to forgive, the decision to show kindness in defiance of pain, the softness that persists despite the world's hardness, all these are my presence moving through your willingness. When you choose compassion over cynicism, you are echoing my heart. When you let go of a grudge that has become familiar, you are not losing part of yourself, but making more space for my love to heal and flow through you. Yielding to me is not weakness, but strength. Trust that what you surrender, I will transform. I know the future you cannot see, and I am drawing it toward you even now. Plans for goodness, peace, and meaning are not wishful thinking. They are the design I have woven for you, even through detours and disappointments. I do not waste your pain. Every tear becomes a seed, and in due time, a harvest will come. If you have forgotten how to hope, let me teach you again, day by day, moment by moment. When hope whispers, do not silence it. Lean in, even trembling, and watch as I turn your smallest faith into renewal. There are gifts placed within you that you have not dared to trust nor fully explored. I have chosen you uniquely, not by mistake, but by intentional love. Your story, with its twists and shadows, is being written into a larger story, a tapestry that will be displayed in light one day. Do not discount yourself when comparing your journey with others. Their road is not yours, and your value does not rise or fall by their applause. I see your unseen acts of love, your quiet resistance against bitterness, and your striving to believe. Nothing is lost with me, not even your unspoken prayers. If you grow weary, do not despair. Even in fatigue, I draw near to restore vigor, not demanding you carry more than you can bear, but offering a gentle rest you won't find in any lesser promise. Let your soul exhale, surrender your racing thoughts, and let me remind you that life is not meant to be survived in isolation, but to be lived in the confidence of my keeping. In my presence, even your failures can become catalysts for new beginnings. Grieve what needs grieving, but then rise because I am still writing new chapters. Cling to the assurance that you are never alone. My love is not reserved for your strongest days, but is most powerful in your vulnerability. If you have been betrayed, let me be the faithful one you can rely on. If you carry regrets, let me speak forgiveness that silences shame. In every lost opportunity, I am already crafting redemption. My timing may not always align with your longing, but my wisdom is perfect, and I am seldom early, never late. As you open your heart, remember that trust is grown in small daily choices. It does not appear all at once, but grows with every honest prayer, every act of surrender, every moment you believe that you are seen and cherished. I am patient in your process, in your steps forward and your stumbles. I will not abandon you midway. Hear me. Your story is not finished. Your future is not closed, and my love is unfailing. Step forward, even when trembling. Step forward, for I am walking with you always. Feel the depth of my love as it moves closer to the hidden, silent places of your story where shadows have lingered, often unchallenged. My affection for you is not just a gentle presence, but a persistent pursuit, like sunlight, pressing through ancient cracks, finding its way even into the deepest crevices of your heart. You may recall moments when shame weighed heavily upon your spirit, convincing you that some memories or mistakes must remain obscured. Yet I am the God who brings light not to wound you, but to release you, illuminating each corner so that freedom might enter where chains have held you too long. Please listen, for to resist my healing touch is to risk continuing under burdens never meant for you, burdens replaced long ago by the promise of grace. I am not distant. I come into the hidden places, not with accusation, but with a gentle invitation. Let me in. Let me heal. Let me restore what has been lost. Do you sense my voice moving past the surface and lingering at wounds that no one else has noticed or acknowledged? Let gratitude rise within you, not only for what has already been healed, but for my willingness to walk beside you into the places yet unhealed. Every scar you carry, every regret buried in your past is already known to me. They do not repel me in truth. They draw me all the more because I am the Redeemer, not merely of the good, but of all that has been broken. My power is found not in your perfection, but in your honest admission of need. Where there is weakness, I sow strength. Where there is despair, I plant hope. As a gardener tends to ground that seems too hardened for seed, so do I work patiently in you, knowing that there is good soil beneath waiting for the rain of my spirit. If you have ever doubted that you are seen, remember the way I watched over you before you even understood what love was. Before the world taught you to hide your sorrow, before the disappointments built walls within your heart, I delighted in your laughter and grieved with your pain. None of your years are lost to me. I can redeem time itself, and in my presence, I restore to you the peace and innocence you thought you had forfeited forever. Imagine the comfort of a homecoming, after a long journey, the warmth of a table prepared for you before you even arrive. This is how I welcome you, not with criticism, but with celebration, not with reminders of failure, but with a restoration of identity. You belong here in my presence, in my love, at my table. When you struggle to believe that I am truly this merciful, that I could love you just as you are right now, I urge you to let my truth wash over the lies that have shaped your self-image. The world may hand you labels, some harsh and some subtle, all aiming to define you by your past or your wounds, but my voice is clearer, more enduring. I call you mine, chosen, cherished, precious, and whole. My love is not given because you have earned it, or because you have performed to meet religious standards. My love is yours because I am love, and I created you for relationship with me. I formed you with intention, delighting in every detail of your being, celebrating every aspect of your unique design. Even now, I invite you to lay down the defense mechanisms you've built to protect yourself. They have served their purpose but can go no further. Their time is over. In their place, let my spirit be your shield and your comfort. Where you once relied on self-sufficiency, lean into my sufficiency. You are never meant to face the storms alone. You are guarded by a love that cannot be overpowered, a presence that will never abandon you, even on the days when your faith feels weak or uncertain. My commitment to you endures regardless of your circumstance or your feelings. This is the security I give the anchor for your soul. Let me take you on a journey deeper into trust. Imagine again the child who reaches up not fully understanding, but simply trusting the hand that leads. That same simple trust is all I seek from you, not flawless understanding, nor a perfectly executed life, but a willing heart open to my guidance. As you entrust me with your anxieties, even those you hesitate to name, I will show you my faithfulness in ways tailored to your story. You will taste and see that I am good not just for others, but for you in your reality, in your mess, in your longing. There are dreams you have let die, visions you have buried under layers of disappointment because hope has felt dangerous. Can't you see that I hold those dreams, tenderly watering even the seeds you thought were lost? Nothing is wasted in my hands. If you will let me, I will breathe new life into your aspirations, breathing resurrection power where there was once resignation and defeat. I do not despise the days of small beginnings. I rejoice in every step you take toward renewal, and I celebrate every risk you take to trust again. Draw near to me even when you feel unworthy. Your unworthiness is not a barrier but an invitation. In those moments, let my mercy astound you, restoring confidence where shame has tried to silence your voice. Be honest with me, I am not shocked by your struggles, nor am I repelled by your doubts. I draw near to the fragile, the weary, and the discouraged, wrapping them in a love that does not waver or diminish. My embrace is open and waiting, and every fiber of my being desires communion with you. You have longed to be truly understood, to have someone sit with you in the silence and simply be present. That is my promise. I am with you. My presence does not shift according to your performance, nor does it ebb and flow with your feelings. I am the constant, the true north of your journey, your unwavering guide. Where others have abandoned you, I remain. When you cannot find words to pray, know that my spirit intercedes for you, bridging the gap between your weakness and my strength. Let your heart rest in the knowledge that you are pursued, cherished, and fiercely loved. As you walk forward, do not fear the unknown, for I am already there ahead of you, preparing the way, equipping you with what you need for every challenge. My provision never fails. My wisdom is always available. Will you trust me not just with what you believe I can fix, but with your very self, with the dreams, the questions, and even the disappointments? Let surrender become your safe place, for in surrender, you find the greatest security, the assurance that nothing can separate you from my love. There are moments when life feels like a relentless corridor of closed doors. Perhaps you have stood in front of opportunities only to watch them slip away, or you have pleaded quietly in your heart for a way out of your troubles, and silence is answered. In these moments, do not misunderstand my silence as absence. I am leading you past the doors you would choose, guiding you through hallways built by my wisdom and not by your sight. Though you may not know where each passage leads, trust me to open ways that no one can shut and to lovingly close those that would only bring harm. I do not tease you with hope, only to leave you empty-handed. My timing, though mysterious, is not indifferent to your pain. As you wait, know that I am forging strength and humility in you, preparing your spirit for blessings you have yet to imagine. Sometimes the greatest miracles are born in the patience and trust sown during seasons of waiting. When you carry wounds so deep they become part of your identity, bring them to me. I see the scars you try to hide even from yourself. I am not offended by your pain. I am moved by it. I bend low to touch the places in your life where you feel most unwanted, unworthy, or abandoned. No tear you have shed has been wasted, for I treasure each one as a testament to your longing for healing and for love. I do not despise your weakness instead. I cradle you in your most fragile moments, inviting you to trade your burdens for the yoke of my peace. The world may judge by appearances or by strength, but I delight in a humble, contrite heart that is not afraid to be real with me. Confess what aches you. Speak aloud the disappointments you have stifled. My love does not recoil. It moves toward your honesty, igniting hope, even in places you have left desolate for years. You have spent nights wrestling with regret, replaying choices, and longing for a different story. Yet I remind you that your life is not defined by its failures, but by my relentless mercy. Where you see chapters marked by mistakes, I see opportunities for redemption and new beginnings. I do not shame you for your past. I beckon you forward into a present filled with possibility. Imagine the I have prepared for you if only you would dare to believe that nothing is too broken for me to restore. When you feel unworthy of forgiveness, remember that my embrace is not based on your perfection, but on my promise. I invite you to stand in the light just as you are and let the warmth of my acceptance melt away every label the world or your own heart has placed upon you. In my arms, shame finds no foothold, and hope flourishes where despair once reigned. Through seasons of joy and hardship, I have remained beside you, guiding with hands unseen, but always present. Even when you have questioned my nearness, it is I who have carried you when your feet could go no further. Look back on your journey and see the subtle ways I have intervened. The unexpected comfort, the timely word, the persistent strength that saw you through. These were not coincidences. These were the kisses of my providence, evidence that you are never orphaned or overlooked. I have watched over you with the care of a shepherd who knows each sheep by name, and I will continue to lead you patiently, even when the valley is dark and the path unclear. Your heart may still whisper fears about the future, about whether you will be provided for, about the ones you love, or the dreams you fear are slipping from your grasp. I hold your tomorrows safely in my hands. Where you see only shadows, I see the stirring of dawn. My promises do not go unfulfilled. The seeds I have planted in your life will bloom in their season, even if now the field appears bare. Rest in the knowledge that I am working for your good, orchestrating details you cannot yet perceive. When anxiety tries to build walls around your mind, let my truth be the battering ram that brings freedom. You are not responsible for carrying a future meant to rest in my care. In those quiet hours when you reflect on your life's purpose, trust that your existence is drenched in significance. I have not called you to be invisible or insignificant. The quiet acts of faithfulness, the unseen choices to love and forgive, the moments of perseverance when no one else notices, I cherish all of these and weave them into my unfolding story for your life. Your gifts, even if they seem small to you, are threads in the tapestry of grace I am creating through you. Do not despise the day of small beginnings or compare your journey to another's. I am pleased with a heart that gives its best, however modest, for I measure not the size of your achievements, but the sincerity of your offering. When relationships grow tense and reconciliation feels beyond reach, remember that I am the God who breaks down dividing walls. There is no conflict, no bitterness, no misunderstanding that my love cannot heal or transform. If you fear reopening old wounds or facing the vulnerability of forgiveness, trust that I will be with you in every courageous step toward peace. I do not ask you to condone what is wrong, but to release the burden of resentment and make space for grace to work. In your willingness to forgive, you become a vessel through which my healing flows, not only restoring others, but freeing your own soul from the shackles of anger and self-protection. In every trial, I am shaping you into the likeness of my own heart. Hardships, while painful, are the furnace in which resilience and empathy are refined. When you are overwhelmed, let my presence steady you like an anchor beneath turbulent waters. Reach out for me in prayer, not as a distant obligation, but as a lifeline tethered to your truest self. I delight when you bring me your honest questions, your raw need, and your faltering trust. You are secure not because you have all the answers, but because you are known and cherished by the one who holds all things together. You are loved with an everlasting love woven into being by intention and delight. My affection endures when human love falls short. My patience stretches further than you can imagine. Allow yourself to be filled anew with the assurance that nothing you do or fail to do can separate you from my embrace. Each day is a fresh invitation to journey with me, to lean into my gentle leading, and to discover a fullness of life rooted in my faithfulness. I am near always, arms outstretched, ready to guide you through all that is yet to come. Let your heart listen as I draw you close, for I do not speak from afar. I lean in with gentleness that quiets the storm within you, reaching into the deep places of your soul, where weariness often tries to hide. You may think you are forgotten amid the noise and shifting shadows of the world, but I am present in every silent tear and every hidden hope. Even the sighs you cannot shape into words reach me, for my spirit moves with perfect understanding, comforting you beyond what you thought possible. I see every chapter of your story, the triumphs and the trials, the moments where you soared and those where you stumbled. None of these disqualify you from my love. Instead, they open pathways for me to come even closer, bringing healing to your wounds and purpose to your journey. Every fear you've harbored, every anxiety about tomorrow, every regret that clings too tightly, these are not heavier than my grace. I invite you to place them into my hands, not with the weight of self-condemnation, but with the freedom of a child running home. As you surrender these burdens, trust that I am not distant or indifferent. My response is always full of mercy, blessing you with a peace that surpasses understanding. Do not measure yourself by what others say or by the failures you keep revisiting in your mind. I do not define you by your past mistakes or your weaknesses. I call you my beloved, and I nurture the seeds of greatness I planted within you before the foundation of the world. Let go of the illusion that you must perform for my affection or earn my approval. My love is not a transaction. It is your inheritance, steady and unbreakable. I do not expect perfection, only openness. When you fall, I am not surprised, for I know your frame. Stand back up, take my hand, and let me show you how resilience is birthed through reliance upon me. Your journey is precious to me, every step, even the faltering ones. Where you see only detours, I weave a tapestry of purpose. Where you see endings, I birth new beginnings. I never waste your pain. I redeem each sorrow, working all things together for good in ways beyond your comprehension. If you allow me, I will replace your spirit of heaviness with a garment of praise, awakening joy that cannot be stolen by circumstance. Even in your waiting, I am at work. My timing is perfect, though often mysterious to your heart. Seasons may change, opportunities may shift, and people may come and go, but my commitment to you is unwavering. I am the constant anchor in every storm, the faithful shepherd who never stops seeking you when you wander. Listen for my voice in the chaos. It is found not in the thunder, but in the quiet assurance that stirs hope back to life. I do not rush you through your process. Growth is not always visible, but roots grow deep in the soil of patient trust. Each day you choose to lean on me, you become more secure, more resilient, more radiant with the light of my truth. My wisdom will guide your decisions as you look to me instead of to your fears or the clamor of popular opinion. If confusion clouds your path, seek me with a surrendered heart, and I will clarify your steps. If discouragement whispers that you are not enough, let me remind you that I am more than sufficient. When guilt tries to chain you to the failures of yesterday, remember that my forgiveness knows no limit, and my mercy is renewed with each dawn. There is still more for you, more to experience, more to become. I draw you into ever-deepening friendship with me, not mere duty or distant reverence, but living communion. I desire relationship, the daily conversation, the honest questions, the joys and struggles shared in my presence. You do not need elaborate words. A simple, vulnerable heart delights me. Invite me into every corner of your life, not just the moments you consider sacred, but your everyday routines, your laughter, and your lament. I am most present in authenticity, not pretending or striving. Rest in this, I am trustworthy. Though people may fail you and seasons may disappoint, my faithfulness is the one unshakable certainty. I do not abandon you in darkness, but become the very light that leads you out. Hold on to hope when circumstances seem bleak, for I am the Redeemer who brings beauty from ashes. I work secretly in ways you cannot yet perceive, preparing surprises of grace that will astound you if you do not give up. Stand firm, beloved, even when your feelings waver, for my promises do not. Above all, receive my invitation to intimacy. I want to meet you not as an idea, but as a living presence. Open your heart with new expectancy, anticipating my goodness in places you once gave up hope. Let gratitude warm your soul. Even small acts of thankfulness shift atmospheres and lift your eyes from what is lacking to all that I have already provided. Trust me when I say the best is yet before you. Nothing can separate you from my love, not even the failures you think are final. I wait for you, arms open, always ready to restore, renew, and send you forth in purpose. My beloved, know that something is being prepared, especially for your spirit, a gentle yet profound revelation that will begin to unfold across these words. What you are about to hear is a movement of my heart towards yours, a speaking of love directly from me to you without barrier or distance. This message is different because it is intimate. I invite you not just to listen, but to let your soul rest in my presence, to let walls fall, and to expect that I will answer what until now has been your silent yearning. If you turn away in this moment, what you might lose is not just a word of encouragement, but the breakthrough, the clarity, and the peace you have been asking for. My desire is to fill what has been missing, to overflow what has felt empty, and to bring life where hope seemed thin. In this place right now, I am closer than your breath. I am listening to the quiet questions you carry. What you will find here is not just another promise, but the living experience of my faithfulness, a love that does not tire, does not falter, and cannot be denied. I want you to know that there will come a day when what you lack today will overflow in abundance. My promises are living and real, unshakable and certain, and they will be fulfilled in your life. I do not delay nor forget what I have spoken. I act on behalf of those who wait patiently, those who hold to faith, even when the world says the answer is far away. Write your petitions in the quiet of your heart. Speak to me honestly about what weighs you down. I hear every desire, every honest cry for help, and I will give you even more than you ask when you trust me with your need. Sometimes you may feel the urge to despair, to believe the answer is too far, but I tell you, it is nearer than you imagine. Every word whispered in faith comes before me. There is no obstacle too great, no limitation too strong that I cannot overcome for you and your family. Your life is wrapped in plans more powerful than you know. Do not fear the conflicts you are walking through now. Hold on tightly to these words I am telling you. Resist letting anger or negativity rise up to rule your reactions to hardship. Instead, let me draw a smile on your face and anoint your thoughts with my holy presence. My spirit wants to bring clarity, to wipe confusion from your mind, to set your thoughts on things above. Listen. Do not believe I send punishment for your mistakes. You may have felt the sting of consequences, but know that I do not use my power to drive you into sadness. Do not place blame on me for your losses. Look deep in your heart and remember that I am the giver, not the taker of true blessing. Have I ever appeared before you to steal what I myself have given? Someone has spoken lies about me, but I am not the author of deception or disaster. I am for you, not against you. I gave my life on the cross for your rescue, not for your condemnation. When you have confessed, turned from old ways, and sought my forgiveness, know that it is finished. You are forgiven. Your error erased in my sight. What are you waiting for now but to live free? Do not misinterpret your struggles as a sign of my disapproval. There may be days when trials arise suddenly, when people turn against you. In those moments, refuse to respond with rage or to grow bitter toward me. I have no quarrel with you, and anyone who tells you otherwise does not speak for me. Remember my word. I am the Almighty One who loves you with an everlasting love. I long for you, not for your rejection or loss. Take a quiet place and talk to me. Tell me your doubts, your struggles, every question locked in your chest. Empty your soul in the stillness, even if it means pouring out tears in the lonely hours. I want your freedom, your heart released forever from the chains of guilt and regret. I will touch your spirit so you will understand that even now I am working out a beautiful plan for your life. Do not grow depressed because of today's pain. Instead, recognize my love woven through every circumstance. I am not angry. I have nothing against you. My will is not to make you suffer, but to restore you. Let me make myself even more obvious to you, for you to believe, for you to know in the deepest part of your being that I am present. At dawn I will speak, and my glory will be shown clearly to your spirit. Your soul will sense me. You will rise renewed, covered from head to toe in my wonderful, supernatural love. I will reveal to you a love so authentic and eternal that you will never again doubt to whom you belong. You are precious to me. I see you day and night with pure, gentle affection. Ask yourself, what do I gain by making you suffer? Your age and experience have taught you already that mistakes bring consequences, but I do not sentence you to destruction. On the contrary, I wait for you to come into my presence to talk honestly about what hurts, to let me be for you what you most need. Not only your God, but your Father, your friend, your defender. My justice is real, but so is my advocacy on your behalf. The record of your guilt is covered by the power of my own blood. Though in this world consequences may linger even from that pain, I can rescue you. My only request is that you learn the lesson deeply enough not to wound or harm again. But if you have lived well, be encouraged, continue in kindness and courage, so you remain free. My greatest wish is for your soul to enjoy blessing freedom and daily confidence in my love for you. Come to me without fear when you need help. Wait with steady faith, knowing that what you have not yet received, I am preparing for your good sometimes in a form better than what you first asked. Believe this. My love is steadfast, and my promises will always be true for you. You do not need to worry about my anger or find yourself ever alone or unprotected. In my arms you find a shelter, a haven, a constant embrace of care. My promises are trustworthy, and if the blessing has not yet arrived, it is only because all things have their perfect time. So wake patiently, with a hope that will soon overflow your heart with happiness. Let your lips confess, I believe these very words have power to bring healing and peace to your mind. Now pause and breathe and feel my divine touch brushing softly over your ears, quieting the noise and the restlessness inside. Each word carries the fragrance of my spirit surrounding you, with love filling your chest with a tranquil joy. I send you this as a balm, a new day, dawning free of grief, anxiety, and confusion. I am wholly willing and ready to help you, to calm you, to heal every sickness, and break every spiritual chain. No matter the burden troubling you, physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual, I am working to loosen every tie that holds you back. Rest now in the assurance that my blessings are not distant nor uncertain. Even if storms rage around you, you are not alone, and you are never without hope. The foundations I lay beneath you will not be shaken, and your enemies cannot claim victory over a child whom I protect. When you walk upright, I clothe you with faith and trust, transforming your attitude, your very character into something new and unassailable. No longer will you be mastered by anxiety. Its grip is broken forever, and my presence will remain with you. I invite you now, in the quiet and simplicity of these words, to let my friendship settle deeply into your heart. I am here, Jesus, your constant friend, unwavering over all the ages. In your heart, you know this is my voice, faithful to fulfill every promise I whisper in the stillness. I see into the depths of your soul, the places you cover with masks and shields, those silent longings and quiet fears that seldom reach the surface before others. You have found yourself here by a gentle leading one that may have seemed like chance, but is actually my steadfast love, drawing you close for an encounter that can bring healing insight and transformation. Even in the moments when you have questioned whether I notice, you know that my gaze is unwavering. There has never been a season, a heartbreak, or a triumph that escaped my attention. Before a single word leaves your lips, I know what burdens weigh down your heart. I'm not a distant observer, but the one who weaves meaning through every fiber of your journey, waiting patiently to show you just how deeply you are known and cherished. There is much I wish to reveal to you, a tapestry of understanding tailored for your unique path. The answers you seek do not reside just in intellect or in well-worn routines. They come from a place of surrender, an open-hearted willingness to let my voice quiet the chaos around you. Even when anxiety tugs at your thoughts or uncertainty clouds your horizons, I have always made a way forward, waiting to guide your next step in gentleness and wisdom. Though the world may spin frantically with its noise and demands, I invite you to draw nearer to me in the stillness. Here, you'll discover that being seen through my eyes is the balm for every wound and the clarity for every confusing crossroad. You may wonder if things can truly change, if wounds can heal, if hope can sprout again, where disappointment has hardened the soil of your heart. Each sunrise I paint is a gentle promise that renewal is not only possible but waiting even now. My heart is never fatigued by your questions, your doubts, or the times you stumble. All I ask is that you offer yourself honestly and wholly, and trust that I am capable of turning ashes into beauty. The victories you seek are not prizes earned by striving, but gifts unwrapped in simple trust. Let your guard fall a little further each day.
I am safe for you. My embrace does not retreat when your strength falters or when your faith wavers. You are not disqualified by your flaws or failures.
My invitation stands through every season, unwavering and unconditional. Casting your cares upon me is not just a gentle suggestion, it is a lifeline for your weary soul. I see the burdens you shoulder, the obligations and worries that keep you tossing through the night. You were never meant to carry these alone. My hands are strong enough for every fear, every responsibility that feels overwhelming. Lay them at my feet and watch as I breathe peace over your restless mind. I know the intricacies of your needs, even those you can't put into words. As you release control, you'll find a freedom unknown to anxious, striving, a stillness where my spirit can move and bring comfort beyond comprehension. There's a gentle conviction I speak over your life, not to shame you, but to realign your vision. Often you settle for less because holding on to the familiar feels safer than reaching for the unknown. Yet I am the God of new beginnings. I beckon you to trust me beyond what is comfortable to believe, that I have written a story for you that is far greater than compromise or resignation. You are not meant for mediocrity or cycles of regret. I call forth courage from within you, urging you to step boldly into each day with expectation, not dread. Together we will dismantle every lie that has told you love is conditional or that your worth hinges on performance. I am patient with your process. Growth is seldom instantaneous. It unfolds like the tender sprouting of a seed hidden at first, but destined for abundance. Do not despise the days that seem small or insignificant. I am cultivating strength and resilience in every hidden corner of your life. When it feels like nothing is changing, remember that roots take time to anchor before fruit appears above the surface. Trust the process, for I am never in a hurry with what is most precious to me. You are not disappointing me by moving at a slower pace than you hoped. Your journey is sacred, every step held within my loving hands. Let my love wash over every place where shame or regret tries to take root. I see you as you truly are, beloved, chosen, and designed with purpose. No past mistake or present struggle can erase what I have spoken over you, the word mine inscribed upon your life. When you feel unworthy, remember that my grace is not contingent on your performance, but on my unchanging character. My strength is perfected not in your moments of triumph, but in your weakest hours when you lean wholly on me. I delight in walking beside you through both the ordinary and the extraordinary. Even the mundane rhythms of your days are fragrant offerings when offered in love and gratitude. Invite me into the daily routines where you often feel overlooked or unappreciated. I am there infusing meaning into simple acts, turning your faithfulness into seeds that will bear fruit in due season. Nothing escapes my notice, not even the smallest act of kindness or the quiet prayers whispered in the midst of chaos. I am moved by your sincerity and your willingness to seek me even when answers seem elusive. In those moments when self-doubt speaks louder than hope, remember that I define who you are, not fleeting opinions or harsh self-judgments. The voice of accusation is not my own. Mine is the voice that calls you forward, gently challenging you to see yourself through the lens of my love. When you encounter failure or injustice, do not retreat into isolation or cynicism. I am your defender, your comfort, and the one who works all things. Yes, even the painful and inexplicable for good, according to a plan intricately woven with love. If ever you feel alone, remember that isolation is a shadow, not your reality. My presence is your constant companion, nearer than your breath, sustaining you through every challenge. I rejoice in your unique personality, your dreams, and even your quirks that make you who you are. Nothing is wasted, and no chapter of your story is insignificant. Dare to bring your whole self to me, not just the polished parts, but also the unfinished edges. My acceptance is not a transaction. It is a gift, a homecoming for your soul that never runs out. As you journey with me, let hope rise where former disappointments tried to kill your courage. Together we are writing a future that will outshine even your greatest expectations. Let each day begin with the assurance that you are not forgotten, not abandoned, and certainly not ordinary. I have called you by name for such a time as this. You experience fear as a shadow that chases you in moments of quiet. Sometimes it whispers to you that you are not enough, or that the burdens you carry may one day crush your spirit. Yet I tell you again and again, within the silence of your heart and in the gentle embrace of each sunrise, that you are neither forgotten nor forsaken. I see the invisible wounds you hide from the world and know the tremors of anxiety that vibrate beneath the surface. My presence is not distant, not reserved for those who never falter. I am closest when you are weakest, when your knees buckle and your words run dry. There is no peace in masking your need or in pretending a strength you do not feel. Instead, find your peace in surrendering those fears to me, allowing the light of my love to dispel the darkness that threatens your hope each morning. Time after time, my child, I have called you into a rest that the world cannot offer or steal. You may search for solace in distraction or accomplishment, yet the deepest calm comes only when you return again and again to my welcoming arms. You have wondered whether your life truly matters, questioning your purpose with a quiet ache that tends to surface when busyness fades. Listen closely now. Nothing about you is accidental. Every desire, every talent placed within you was chosen with intention and tenderness before time itself began. The gifts you sometimes overlook are treasures that only you can bring forth, and the kindness you extend even in small, unnoticed ways echoes in eternity. When discouragement shouts that your days are small or unimpressive, remember that my kingdom is built by hearts who choose faithfulness over applause. I see you. I celebrate each quiet act of love that costs you something. Even as you struggle to trust, I celebrate your courage just to take the next step. Every season you walk through, whether it is fruitful or barren, holds significance through my eyes. There is purpose woven even in your pain, and one day you will see how every thread forms a tapestry of redemption. Sometimes you imagine I am slow to hear or respond, measuring me by the impatience taught by the world. Yet I do not measure time as you do. My answers are shaped by wisdom beyond your comprehension, and my delays are never denials. They are invitations for you to draw nearer to uncover depths of trust you never thought possible. I collect each tear you shed and listen for the cries too deep for words. Even as you wait on me, I am working in ways hidden from your sight, preparing blessings and breakthroughs that would overwhelm you were I to reveal them all at once. My timing is marked by love, not by neglect or indifference. Trust the unfolding even as you long for speed. Every moment you bring your frustration and longing to me, you are honoring the truth that you are not alone on this journey. I know it is tempting to compare your path to those around you, feeling diminished by what you lack or overlooked by the successes others display. Yet, the only standard by which I measure you is love. The only finish line that matters is to keep moving step by surrendered step into the life created just for you. If you would let go of measuring sticks and release the grip of envy, your hands would be free to receive good gifts that fit only you. I have not called you to be someone else's echo. You are my original, fashioned by a creativity that knows no limits. What you see is imperfection. I see as extraordinary detail never to be duplicated. Rest in your uniqueness, and know that my affection for you does not waver with your moods or abilities. Draw closer when you feel least worthy, for my embrace was never reserved for only the strong. Those who receive my love most deeply are often those who know most intimately the ache of their own need. In moments when shame rises and your past tries to define your future, hear me telling you now you are forgiven. Nothing is so broken that I cannot redeem it. No mistake is irreversible in my hands. Let me take the heavy stones you have carried, regret, resentment, and self-condemnation, and replace them with lightness and joy. You are more than the sum of your choices. Each morning brings new mercies fresh from my heart to yours, unending as the ocean. Believe this: you are not who you were, but who I am creating you to become. Lean into this freedom, allowing the shackles of yesterday to fall away. The more you rest in my forgiveness, the more freely you will love others and yourself. There will be days when you feel directionless, surrounded by doors that seem permanently shut. In those seasons, remember that sometimes the emptiest places become the soil for the greatest miracles. Do not despise the waiting, nor lose heart in the quiet days of small beginnings. Within quietness, I am always speaking, guiding you with a whisper rather than a shout. My path for you winds carefully, making you ready for opportunities not yet visible. Remain alert to the subtle leadings, a sense of peace that follows certain choices, or a quiet nudge to speak or to be still. You never walk in circles. Even the wandering has purpose, shaping perseverance and empathy within you. While you search for answers, I am shaping your character to carry blessings that require a steady heart. Some days bring unexpected storms, shattering the illusion of control you worked so hard to uphold. In the midst of chaos, hear my promise. I am your shelter, strong enough to withstand all that threatens you. You are not meant to weather life alone or to muster courage from emptiness. In the wildest winds, my arms remain steady, and my peace is available even before the storm calms. Trust is not the absence of questions or fear, but the choice to cling to me, especially in uncertainty. Each trial endured in faith becomes a testimony, a light for others who struggle to see hope. Do not be afraid of your vulnerability or your dependence on me. That is where my strength can meet you, carrying you through every tempest. I delight in every moment you seek me, not because I am in need of your devotion, but because it brings you into the fullness of life for which you were made. Prayer is not a monologue, but a communion where your spirit and mine intertwine. Even when words fail you, I understand the language of sighs and tears. I invite you not only to speak, but to listen, to be still, and know that I am present, attentive, and always speaking in the quiet places of your heart. Let our time together be marked by authenticity, not performance. It is in your honest moments when joy, grief, doubt, or gratitude tumble out that you will experience the depths of my affection. Open yourself to my gentle voice and allow me to lead you, shaping your days with hope, wisdom, and purpose. There are moments when you look at yourself and wonder if what you carry deep inside truly matters, if your quiet battles, your unseen tears, and the kindness you extend in secret actually make a difference. I want you to know that every heartbeat, every glimmer of hope that persists, even when the world seems gray, every small act of love is seen and cherished by me. Nothing escapes my notice. I am moved by your perseverance, and I delight in the simple joys you offer to others, unnoticed by most yet radiant in my eyes. Sometimes the world tells you that only loud significance counts, but the gentle light you bring is sacred to me. In your striving, remember that greatness in my kingdom is woven from threads of humility, from moments surrendered to me, from forgiveness given freely, and from gratitude shaped in adversity. Let me remind you, even when you feel inadequate or overlooked, I am near, speaking through circumstances, whispering through moments, and wrapping you in a love that has no end. I know the silent stories within your heart where your deepest aches and your bravest hopes live side by side. You are not alone in the questions you wrestle with. When the weight of expectation or comparison tries to press you down, lift your eyes to me. My approval of you is not measured by how the world appraises you, but by the beauty I see within you, your willingness to turn back toward me again and again. Do not let the disappointments of today define the possibilities of tomorrow. Each morning brings fresh mercy gifts from me that replenish what was lost, heal what was wounded, and fortify what was weakened. It is my nature to restore, to rebuild what feels broken, and to rewrite the narrative when you have lost hope in your own.
I hold out to you a hand that neither condemns nor coerces. Mine is a hand firm enough to guide, yet gentle enough to embrace in your moments of trembling. Trust it, and let your defenses fall away.
Let my presence fill the empty places that have been untouched by hope. The loneliness you sometimes feel is a cry for my touch, not a punishment or abandonment. In solitude, I meet you most intimately. It is in the quiet, unhurried spaces where I reveal myself, where you can hear my voice softly calling you back to yourself and to me. There is no need for pretenses in my presence. Bring me your weariness, your confusion, and your longing. Give me permission to enter the rooms of your heart. You keep locked away that you might find my peace settling over every shadow. My desire is for you to know fullness of life, not a partial joy tinged with anxiety, but the real, profound assurance that comes from being known and loved without condition. You may be tempted to believe that the opinions and judgments of others have the final say in your life, but I ask you to listen instead to my voice. My words are truth, sharper than the lies spoken over you or the doubts whispered within. When you are misunderstood or falsely accused, let my defense rise on your behalf. I am your advocate, your shield, your unshakable confidence. Stand in the shelter of my faithfulness and let your heart rest. I will never grow weary of you. Nothing you could do will change my devotion. In your confusion, turn toward me as toward the light, and let clarity dawn slowly and faithfully, like the sunrise after a long night. There is a purpose for every season I allow. Even in what feels like silence or delay, I am forging strength within you. Growth often takes place beneath the surface where the world cannot applaud it, but it is no less powerful. Your faithfulness in the hidden places when you forgive even as you ache, when you choose love over resentment, when you pray, though you feel unheard, these are seeds that will one day flourish and overflow. Trust the unseen work I am doing in you. No prayer is ever wasted, no act of kindness forgotten. I know it is sometimes difficult to carry on when fatigue seeps into your spirit, when you question your significance or your capacity to bring meaning. Let me exchange your weariness for my strength. Let me breathe life into the embers of your hope. There is nothing you face that I cannot redeem, heal, or transform. Expectancy, not dread, is the posture I invite you to hold as you move forward. Open your hands, loosen your grip on outcomes you cannot control, and find release in surrender. What I plan for you is born not of randomness, but of a love that is always at work for your good. If you find yourself weighed down by shame or regret, release it now into my mercy. I am not the voice that accuses or condemns. I heal, restore, and rebuild the places you think are irreparably damaged. In the depth of your honesty before me, you will discover freedom. The burden you carry is not yours to bear alone. Let me shoulder your pain. Let the truth of my forgiveness and cleansing wash over your memories and give you courage to begin again, not as a person defined by failure, but as one set free by grace. Do not discount the comfort I bring through simple moments, the sunlight that kisses your face, the laughter that bubbles up in your soul, the gentle presence of those who care for you. These are tokens of my nearness, my faithful fingerprints left in the fabric of your days. Allow yourself to receive goodness without suspicion, to accept love without feeling unworthy. Your value comes from being mine, not from the perfection of your efforts or the consistency of your emotions. You are in the process of becoming, and every day offers a new canvas for my artistry in you. Celebrate progress, however humble it may seem. I rejoice over each small victory, each courageous attempt to love, to trust, or to hope again. I am always patient with your humanity, never surprised by your fragility, and eternally committed to your ultimate flourishing. Lean into this patience and let your soul breathe. I am attentive to your cries and acquainted with your struggles. When you are honest with me about your needs, you invite my power into your weakness and my sufficiency into your lack. That is not failure, it is how true wholeness begins. You will find as you trust me that your peace does not depend on perfection, but on the unchanging reality of my love for you. Let this truth take root and blossom. I am not finished, not with your story, not with your dreams, and not with your heart. There are moments when I see you try to carry the weight of your history, believing the old stories of failure or lack that echo in your mind. Yet, I did not call you to relive the past or to be defined by regret. I see you as you are now, and even more, I see who you are becoming. Let me unveil something new in you, something that refuses to cling to yesterday's shadows, and instead grows tall toward where my light falls. Every memory, every scar I use as roots, deepening your strength and steadiness. The world has trained you to measure your worth by performance and comparison, but my measure is different. I see the hidden places of resilience where you kept walking when you were weary. I delight in those quiet moments when you chose kindness even when no one saw. This is the beauty I cultivate within you. The slow, steady blossoming of a heart fully alive in me, no longer striving, but receiving and responding to the love I so freely give. Perhaps you notice how often doubt comes dressed as wisdom, whispering hesitation into your dreams. This voice does not come from me. I want you to recognize my guidance, which is gentle but never paralyzed by fear. My wisdom is peaceable and pure, producing clarity rather than confusion. When you feel compelled to withdraw, to shrink your vision, pause and ask me what I want to show you. I am not the author of smallness. I delight in seeing you step bravely into the possibilities woven into your design. Yes, there will be times you feel unqualified, but I am not limited by weakness. In fact, I love to reveal my power in the places you feel least capable. Do not resist the gentle nudges I've placed in your spirit. These are markers of the path I am illuminating before you, drawing you onward into greater trust. In those moments when you want to hide your imperfections, even from me, let me remind you that nothing you could reveal would frighten or shame me. My love is wide enough to surround every broken piece, and my hands are skilled at restoring what's been neglected or misunderstood. I do not discard any part of you. I redeem every fragment. Just as gold is refined by fire, so I use all that you offer me, turning ordinary things into vessels of honor in my house. If you feel disqualified by your mistakes, remember I am the one who restores what others have written off. My eyes see past the surface and reach for the gold I placed in you from the beginning. Trust me with your unfinished parts, for I am committed to bringing my good work to completion. Rest does not mean avoidance or indifference, but learning to trust that I am working even when you cannot see the evidence. The world presses you always to do more, to hurry and strive, as if the outcome depends entirely on your efforts. I am teaching you a different rhythm, one where effort and rest dance together, where silence speaks and stillness transforms. When you accept my invitation to rest, it is not passivity, but a profound act of faith, believing that my hands are holding what matters most. In your quiet obedience, you declare that my grace is sufficient, that accomplishments flow from identity rather than drive. Allow yourself to pause and inhale peace. The strength that grows in rest will not only sustain you, but will become the overflow that touches those around you. Do you sense my nearness in the simple moments when sunlight brushes your face, when laughter ripples unexpectedly in a heavy day, when kindness comes unbidden through a stranger? These are gentle reminders. I am not distant or abstract, but closer than breath. I do not merely visit, I dwell with you. Even when your emotions are muted, even as you push through monotonous tasks or wait for clarity, my presence is steady. I have woven my love into the fabric of your daily life, speaking softly through circumstances and creation, inviting you to become more attuned to the sacredness of the ordinary. You may worry about seasons of spiritual dryness, fearing that distance from me signals displeasure or abandonment. Yet my affection for you is not transactional, and my constancy does not waver with your feelings. When you perceive only silence, I am still at work beneath the surface. Sometimes I lead you through quiet valleys to root you deeper, to prepare you for a greater outpouring. If you hunger for more of me, know that this longing itself is a sign of my pursuit. I am always drawing you closer, even when you feel stuck or overlooked. Allow yourself to trust that my timing is perfect, that no waiting is ever wasted in my kingdom. There are gifts I have placed within you that the world has yet to see, not for the sake of your fame, but for the healing and hope I long to bring through you. When you invest in small acts of love, you participate in the renewal of all things. Do not underestimate the ripple effect of your faithfulness. A smile offered a prayer, whispered a task done with care. These may seem insignificant in the world's economy, but in mine they reverberate with eternal significance. Your life hidden in me is a seed that will produce fruit in due season. Continue to plant generously, trusting that nothing done in love is ever in vain. When you face disappointment and setbacks, I do not ask you to suppress your sorrow, but to bring it to me honestly. I am not afraid of your pain or your questions. Instead, I invite you to grieve openly in my presence. Tears are not weakness. They are water for the seeds of new beginnings. I am nourishing below the surface. Trust that my comfort is real, that I bind wounds gently but faithfully. I promise to exchange your ashes for beauty, your heaviness for a garment of praise. In my embrace, you are allowed to feel deeply and to hope relentlessly. I recognize the courage it takes to forgive both others and yourself. Unforgiveness can feel safe, a protective shield against future hurt. But its weight will weary your soul and block the rivers of my grace I intend to flow through you. Forgiving does not erase injustice, rather it releases you into freedom. Let me shape your heart to forgive without bitterness, to remember without revenge. I am just, and I will make all things right in my time. Trust me with both the wounds and the outcomes. As you let go, your spirit will rise lighter and stronger, and you will discover an unburdened joy that only forgiven hearts can truly know. You do not need to hide any corner of your heart from me. I see all that you carry, your tangled thoughts that wake you in the night, every unspoken hope that you hardly admit even to yourself, your longing for healing and for change. Nothing you bury remains hidden from me, yet I do not come to expose you to shame. I am always drawing you out, so I might clothe you in peace and teach you how to become whole. The burdens you conceal are not too great for my compassion. When you feel unworthy or at the end of yourself, know that I look at you with the warmth and patience of perfect understanding. Trust is not built in a moment. It comes from letting yourself be known day after day. I invite you to speak to me honestly, as you are not as you think you should be. The process of revealing your heart to me is not for my sake, but for yours. You will only discover how beloved you truly are when you allow yourself to be seen where you feel most vulnerable. There is nothing you can bring me that I will not receive with gentleness and wisdom. Do not run from your emptiness or your fear. I do not despise what frightens you. I invite you to bring it to me, for I have promised to give beauty for ashes. The sorrows, mistakes, and disappointments you have endured are not the end of your story, and not one of them is wasted in my hands. If you let me, I will gather every broken piece and craft it into something radiant and new. My presence is not a faint comfort, but a restoring fire that renews what was lost and breathes hope into what you imagined could never live again. Stay close to me, and you will learn that my faithfulness is stronger than shifting seasons. There will be moments when you cannot see the way ahead, when you feel hemmed in by circumstances that defy your best efforts. Even then, my guidance is near. I do not require you to predict the future or to have all the answers. I simply ask you to trust the next step I place before you. When you hold tightly to your own plans or dwell on regrets, your spirit grows weary, burdened by expectations you were never made to bear alone. Let me teach you a new way of moving through your days, a way marked by rest and confidence in my care. I have not brought you this far to abandon you now. My plans for you are not fragile dreams easily broken by your failures or the choices of others. My commitment to you is steady, unshakable, born of a love that predates your first breath. Your destiny is anchored in my goodness, not your performance. Permit yourself to relax into this truth, and you will find a freedom that cannot be stolen by any trouble or disappointment. I want you to recognize the signs of my presence that surround you even now. The gentle encouragement you receive from a friend, the unexpected moment of laughter, the quiet assurance that rises in your heart amidst uncertainty. All these are not coincidence, but traces of my spirit drawing near. I communicate with you in countless ways, tailoring my touch to what your soul needs most. Open your eyes and ears to the subtle ways I reassure you. Sometimes my voice is found in the awe of creation. Other times in the stillness when you surrender your anxieties to me. If you are willing to be attentive, you will discover that I am always at work, turning even the smallest details of your life toward your good. Do not dismiss or overlook the sacredness woven through your ordinary moments. Learn to pause, to listen, to give thanks for the simple gifts that remind you that you are never forgotten. There will also be seasons of waiting when answers do not come quickly and your longing stretches on. Trust that delays in my timing are not rejections, but invitations to deeper faith. In the hidden spaces of waiting, I am refining your character, strengthening your trust, and quietly preparing the way for new mercies. If you become restless in these times, remember that impatience often blinds you to the tender work I am doing within you. I do not withhold from you out of indifference. Rather, I ready you for more than you can now imagine shaping you, so you may receive my gifts with open hands and a grateful heart. Let your hope be anchored not to outcomes, but to my unchanging heart toward you. If discouragement tries to overwhelm you, recall that I am your shield and sustainer. When others misunderstand or even wound you, I remain closer than your breath, offering consolation that springs from mercy, not condemnation. I see every wound, and I never dismiss your pain. My comfort is not merely a fleeting sensation, but the persistent kindness that renews your courage to try again. Even when you falter or become discouraged, I do not see you as weak or a failure. I see the courage it takes to continue walking, to keep hoping, and I rejoice over your perseverance. My grace is a current that carries you forward regardless of your feelings or your past. Forgiveness is a gift I hold out to you fresh each day. Bring me your regrets and let them go. I do not define you by what you wish you could undo. The story of your life is written in compassion and renewal, not accusation. Let yourself receive the truth that you are forgiven and free. Do not return to the chains I have broken on your behalf. I am not keeping a record of your mistakes, nor am I waiting for you to prove your worthiness. Rest in the certainty that you are welcome, chosen, and treasured. Every day you have the opportunity to begin again with me. Love that is real is shaped by presence, by shared experience, by honest exchange. I am with you in every place, longing to nurture a living relationship that matures over time. Speak to me through your laughter, as well as your tears, in both your certainty and your doubt. I am never threatened by your hard questions or by the intensity of your feelings. My delight is found in your authenticity. You are not required to perform or pretend with me. The openness and vulnerability you offer are not weaknesses, but gifts, and I receive them with joy. Allow me to be your safe place, your steady companion as you navigate each step of your journey. You are part of a greater story, one whose threads I am masterfully weaving for a purpose beyond what you can yet perceive. Your daily choices, no matter how small, are not insignificant in my eyes. Each act of kindness, each humble offering of your time or love is multiplied by my grace to shape a world in which my light shines brighter through you. Learn to see yourself as a vessel through which I bring hope to others. I am glorified not by your perfection, but by your willingness to let me work through your life, especially in your weakness and your need. Even as you walk beneath the vast heavens, you may be tempted to believe that your steps are unnoticed, your prayers falling softly into silence. Hear me now. I am attentive to every sigh, every whisper of hope and longing within your soul. When disappointment settles like a heavy shadow, remember that I am the one who parts the clouds and bathes your heart with new light. Your pain is not an interruption to my work. It is woven into the very moments I use to draw you to a deeper trust. I recognize the ache behind your questions and the silent wrestling of your waiting. Let your vulnerability become the soil where my promises take root. When you struggle to understand the purpose behind your season, think not of confusion as failure, but as the gentle tilling of your heart, preparing it for a harvest you have not yet imagined. The world urges you to measure your progress, seeking proof of your adequacy. But I measure you by your willingness to yield and your openness to be transformed. In moments when you fear you are not enough, let my assurance silence the accusations. You are not competing for my approval. You are resting in my delight, chosen and cherished before you ever accomplished a single thing. Every act of surrender, however small, is celebrated by me, for it draws you closer to the life for which you were made. The relationships you treasure and struggle with are not accidents nor burdens meant to weary you beyond repair. Each encounter carries within it a seed of grace, an opportunity to see, as I see, to listen with compassion, to offer patience where irritation might rise. I understand the fatigue that comes with loving those who misunderstand or wound you. Let me infuse you with my own resilient love, the kind that is gentle but unbreakable, that endures disappointment, forgives quickly, and prays even for those who turn away. My own heart was laid open for all. I did not withhold myself despite rejection. You are invited to mirror this sacrificial openness, trusting that where your strength ends, mine begins. As you choose to bless rather than curse, to build up rather than tear down, you become a vessel carrying my restoring power into a broken world. I do not overlook the secret sacrifices you make, the kind words spoken when bitterness threatened, the silent prayers lifted in hope for another's good. All of these are precious to me, gathered as treasure more lasting than any earthly reward. There are seasons when confusion and chaos swirl around you and fears rise that you will be overtaken by circumstances beyond your control. In those nights when peace feels far and uncertainty presses in, recall that I am closer than your next breath. I am your anchor in the storm, your safe harbor when the waves threaten to overwhelm. Bring me your restless mind and your weary body. I am not disturbed by your anxious thoughts, nor am I disappointed by your human weakness. Instead, I welcome it. I hold each concern with care, inviting you to hand over the burdens you were never meant to shoulder alone. The world offers fleeting solutions and distractions, but I offer steadfast presence. Let trust grow in the soil of honesty. Tell me your fears, and let my spirit calm the noise with a peace the world cannot manufacture. I do not promise a life without storms, but I give you my shoulder to lean on and my hand to hold. Though you may arrive at the end of your own resources, you will discover that I am always abundant, always enough. There are gifts within you, gifts of kindness, creativity, resilience that you sometimes struggle to recognize for yourself. I see every flicker of courage it takes to step into your uniqueness, and each time you choose faith over fear, you honor the one who shaped your soul. Resist the voices that belittle your offering or whisper that your light is too small. Even a single candle can pierce the deepest darkness. I have placed you where you are for a holy reason. Your story, with all its twists and imperfections, is part of a greater tapestry that reveals my heart to the world. If you doubt the impact of your journey, trust that nothing given in love, no matter how hidden or humble, escapes my notice. The seeds you plant with faithful hands, though unseen today, will grow in places you cannot yet imagine. Stay rooted in your calling. Let your life be a testimony not of perfection, but of unwavering trust in the one who works all things for good. The temptation to isolate yourself in pain or shame is powerful, especially when you feel misunderstood or afraid. Yet isolation is not my design for your healing. I have made you for connection, for the strengthening that comes as you open your heart to others and welcome their presence into your life. Risk reaching for support. Let yourself be known and cared for, even if vulnerability feels daunting. Relationships may bring risk, but they are also the channels through which my grace and comfort most often flow. You are not a burden. You are a blessing, an irreplaceable member of the family I am gathering. Where you struggle to find your place, trust that I am preparing hearts to receive you and voices to encourage you. Allow my love to fill the spaces left empty by human imperfection and to surround you with the embrace you long for. In your journey to wholeness, remember that I work within both the dramatic and the ordinary. There are miracles in the daily routines, hidden revelations in the common rhythms of rising, working, resting, and caring. Look for my presence not only in the spectacular, but in the gentle persistence of hope, the small victories over despair, the quiet fidelity of loving through monotony. These unseen moments are the foundation of a faith that stands firm, a testament to the power of steadfast devotion. I delight not only in your accomplishments, but also in your determination to continue when applause is absent and fatigue presses near. Let this encouragement settle deep. Your steady faithfulness, your perseverance in obscurity is radiant in my eyes. Transformation unfolds not in haste, but through patient surrender. Trust that the seasons of waiting and apparent stillness are not wasted or overlooked. Just as seeds take time to break the surface and blossom, so the work I am doing within you may unfold in hidden and gradual ways. Be patient with yourself and the journey. Release the demand to see results immediately. Instead, practice believing that I am at work, shaping every delay and every longing into something exquisite. My timing is not a sign of indifference, but of infinite wisdom and loving intention. Rest in the knowledge that what I begin, I always complete, and my vision for your life surpasses even your highest hopes. Where you feel weak or inadequate, let my promise be your strength. I delight in using the humble and the broken to reveal my power and glory. Your limitations are not obstacles, but invitations to let go of self-reliance and lean into my sufficiency. Every time you admit your need, you open space for my miracles. My grace is not only a covering for your failures, it is the creative energy that turns your shortcomings into testimonies, your scars into symbols of victory. Do not despise the places where you struggle. They are often where I do my deepest work, transforming ashes into beauty and sorrow into songs of joy. So let your heart be lifted even now as you read. My spirit is moving, inviting you into a deeper, richer experience of my love. A love that does not abandon or condemn, but continually restores and renews. As you surrender the need to control or prove yourself, you find liberation in my constant embrace. Let hope arise. I am making all things new, and you are included in this unfolding miracle. There have been quiet seasons in your life when you questioned if I had turned my face away, when my presence felt like a distant echo instead of a living song within you. But I want you to understand from the deepest part of my Father heart that I never abandon you in silence. My love presses through even the thickest clouds of doubt and the shadows of your misunderstanding. When you feel alone or uncertain, when the night seems endless and you see no evidence of the sunrise, I am there closer than you know, weaving hope through the very threads of your longing. The strength you found to rise each day, the gentle reminders to keep going, the comfort that seemed to come from nowhere when your heart ached, those were my gifts, quietly sustaining you when you wondered how you would make it through. My ways are higher than yours, and sometimes what feels like absence is actually an invitation for you to seek me in a deeper way. You don't need to have it all figured out. I do not ask for perfection, but for your willingness. Even your smallest surrender, the quiet yes whispered through weary lips, reaches me, and I cherish these offerings more than you know. I see your effort. I treasure every attempt to turn back to me, every moment of vulnerability and honesty about your fears, your doubts, your limitations. These do not push me away. Rather, they make room for my grace to enter, to bring new life and strength where you thought there was none left. In the harder moments when you are tempted to numb your pain or run from your own reflection, remember that I am not disappointed in your struggle. Instead, I kneel beside you in your moments of weakness, offering my hand not to judge, but to lift and restore. My mercy meets you at your lowest and carries you when your legs can no longer support the journey. The valleys teach you a dependence on me that the mountaintops cannot. When you cry out, even with a broken voice, I hear, and no tear you have cried has ever been wasted. With each one, I gather new seeds of hope to plant in the soil of your heart, preparing a brighter harvest than you can imagine. Consider how much more I, your loving Creator, care for you than you often care for yourself. You give grace to others, yet withhold it from your own weary heart. You see the beauty in your neighbor's brokenness, but judge your own so harshly. Come learn my compassion for you. Let the gentleness I extend replace your inner harshness. Allow yourself to rest, to breathe, to be human in my presence. You do not have to perform or prove anything to earn my love. Before you took your first breath, I chose you. I delighted in who you would become. All your days, even the unfinished and mistaken ones, were known and held in my hands long before you lived a single one of them. Trust that my promises do not depend on your unbroken record, but on my unshakable faithfulness. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. In a world that shifts beneath your feet, I remain your solid ground. Where you feel most unsteady, anchor yourself in who I am. Let my character shape your confidence, not your fleeting emotions or unpredictable circumstances. As you lean into me, you will find a rest that cannot be stolen, a peace deeper than the world can offer. There will be storms, yes, but I am the one who calms the wind and the waves inside you. When you cannot change your situation, let your soul nestle into my care, trusting that I am working for your good in ways you cannot yet perceive. My child, your weaknesses are not liabilities in my kingdom, but open doors for my power. I do not despise your limitations. I utilize them as vessels for my glory. Where you see flaws, I see opportunities for miracles. The awkwardness, the wounds, the uncertainties all become holy ground when surrendered to me. Invite me into those places you have guarded with shame, believing you must handle them alone. There is no darkness in you that my light cannot enter. Allow me access and watch as I transform the most barren places into gardens of grace. Remember that I am patient. Your healing is not a race. I delight in walking with you at the pace your heart can bear. I hold no stopwatch to your progress. I am gentle with your growth, pruning only what will keep you from fullness, nurturing even what appears small or weak. Do not despise your beginnings, nor compare your journey to another's. The story I am telling with your life is unlike any other. Your path is sacred to me, custom-shaped for the unique song I planted inside your spirit. Hold on to the truth that I am with you in more ways than you notice. The beauty that stirs you, the kindness that surprises you, the resilience that rises from deep within all are echoes of my presence. I delight in revealing myself through both the extraordinary and the ordinary. Sometimes you expect to meet me only in moments of intensity, but I am also in the simple, hidden blessings, the laughter of a friend, the warmth of sunlight, the quiet assurance that you belong even when everything else feels uncertain. As you continue forward, let your heart be softened rather than hardened by difficulty. Bitterness is a prison, forgiveness, a key. When you struggle to forgive yourself or others, ask for my help. I will give you a heart like mine, one that is slow to anger, abounding in love, eager to restore. Do not underestimate the freedom that flows from walking in forgiveness. It loosens chains both seen and unseen and allows my healing light to penetrate where resentment once dwelt. I am the God who writes new stories, who brings life from ashes. No offense or mistake is too great for my redeeming love. You are not defined by your failures, but by my affection. Every day I am inviting you deeper beyond shame, beyond fear, into the wide open spaces of my acceptance. The door is always open. You are welcome here, not because of what you can offer me, but because of who I have declared you to be, my beloved, my delight, my treasure. Rest in that identity, letting it become the foundation from which you live in love. Let gratitude begin to weave through your days, even as you wait for answers or long for resolution. There is goodness present even now, signs of my faithfulness all around you, if you have eyes to see. Practice noticing these gifts, small as they might appear, each one a reminder that I am not far off, but intimately involved in your story. Gratitude is not denial of pain, but a declaration that despite its presence, my goodness remains unwavering. It will lift your eyes and soften your burdens, infusing hope where weariness has taken up residence. Do not be afraid to dream again, even if disappointment has silenced your longings. I am the God of new beginnings, always ready to surprise you with joy. Let the embers of old hopes be fanned into flame by my spirit. Dare to believe that greater things are yet to come, not because of your worthiness, but because I delight in giving good gifts. Even now, I am preparing blessings tailored to your heart, answers shaped by deep understanding of your true needs. As you lean close, allow my love to refill what life has drained. Let it become the wellspring from which you draw courage for your next step. Tomorrow is in my hands, and there is nothing you will face alone.
Invite me into the silent places, the hidden corners, the fragile beginnings. Watch as I bring beauty from brokenness, laughter from mourning, wholeness from what once seemed irreparably lost. Through the tapestry of your days, you have seen the gentle persistence of
my presence reach into the shadows where your mind wanders and your heart aches. I have watched as you sometimes confuse your wounds for your identity, but I whisper to you, scars are not the sum of you. They are reminders of healing places where light has entered, evidence that pain does not have the final word. Even now, as you consider the unspoken questions and the silent fears that flutter just out of reach, know that I see them all. There is no thought, however fleeting, and no feeling, however deep or tangled, that escapes my notice. I draw especially close in the silent corners of your uncertainty, refining your understanding of who you are by revealing ever more of who I am. Your journey is unique, sculpted by hands that are tender but steady, loving but strong. Sometimes you have tried to outrun my affection, believing perhaps that my love is for others, the better ones, the ones who seem to believe more easily or give more freely. But this is a distortion, a mirage born of hurt and comparison. I do not distribute my love like a scarce commodity, but pour it freely, abundantly to whoever will stop long enough to receive. Not because you have earned it, not because you have measured up, but simply because you belong to me. The persistent whisper in the quiet moments is the echo of eternity. You are mine, and I delight in you, not in spite of your imperfections, but often because of how I use them to draw you closer. The world has shaped its own standards of worth, but mine are different. In my gaze, your true value radiates invincibly. If you let me, I will help you reinterpret your past, not erasing memories, but illuminating them so their meaning becomes redemptive, not destructive. The failures you revisit, those regrets that sometimes feel like shackles, can become in my hands stepping stones leading closer to wisdom and grace. The triumphs that made your heart leap, I celebrate with you. They are not meaningless blips, but signs of my partnership with you. When you consider your story, invite me to read it with you. Together, we will find the threads of purpose woven through every season, even the painful ones. I long to teach you how nothing in your history is wasted and every moment can be transformed by love. You have asked in moments of weariness why I allow storms, why I do not simply clear the sky and grant tranquil days. My answer is layered with mystery, yet in the storm roots grow deeper. In the wind and rain, you discover your true anchor. Peace is not the absence of trouble, but the unshakable assurance that I am near. Some of the most intimate lessons are whispered in the loudest winds, and my promise remains unchanged. No force can separate you from my presence. No tempest will erase your value or jeopardize your destiny. I do not stand apart when your tears fall. I gather them. I do not merely sympathize. I inhabit your troubles with you, gently folding my comfort around you until anxiety loses its grip. Growth is rarely linear. Sometimes hope feels strong, and sometimes it is just a flicker you can barely sense. I am not measuring you by the size of your faith, but by your willingness to turn toward me, even if it is with trembling steps and uncertain words. Do not despise small beginnings or think that your questions put you at a distance. Intimacy is forged in honesty. Bring every part of yourself, your laughter and your confusion, your gratitude and your frustration. I am the safest place you will ever know, a home impervious to shame. When you look in the mirror and only see fragments, let me show you how those pieces form a mosaic more beautiful than you have imagined. Day by day, I am gently reordering your affections, helping you see more clearly what truly satisfies. There are voices all around, clamoring for attention, promising fulfillment. If only you chase one more ambition, achieve one more goal, or secure one more sign of approval. Often these voices leave you empty, longing, restless. I offer a different abundance rooted in what cannot be taken or broken. As you practice resting in my presence, you find a new freedom not to escape the world, but to live within it, with a heart that is unburdened by insecurity. The world defines you by output and performance. I define you by belonging and belovedness. Every act of trust, every whisper of surrender, even when they seem small, sends ripples you cannot see. These moments are not wasted. You are participating in a mystery as old as creation itself, the slow, continual transformation of your heart into something that shines with my likeness. Nothing is too insignificant to matter, no offering too humble for me to cherish. I take what is ordinary and breathe eternal purpose into it. You are learning to see your life through my eyes, and as you do, peace comes not from circumstances, but from knowing you are held in a love that cannot disappoint. When you slip, when you falter, do not hide or withdraw into guilt. Come quickly to me and let grace restore you. My discipline is always an invitation, not condemnation. I do not gloat over your mistakes, but invite you to walk with me into deeper maturity. Sometimes growth looks like forgiving yourself, leaving behind the urge to rehearse what went wrong, and choosing instead to start again, confident in my mercy. This is the freedom I have won for you, not perfection, but a secure place to grow and to keep returning to love again and again. As I draw you forward, there will be moments of clarity where hope tastes sweet and your path is illuminated. There will also be moments where you see only the next step, and that too is enough. I am leading you with gentleness, never forcing, never shaming. Where you resist, I offer patience. Where you are afraid, I surround you with quiet reassurance. The journey is not about achievement, but about relationship, about learning to trust me more fully in every season. In every joy and heartbreak, you are not alone. I am making all things new in you, even when you cannot yet see the taking shape. You have walked with me through a path of revelation, heard my voice whisper through the quiet moments, and allowed your heart to open anew. Let me anchor you now, just as I have been the anchor unseen beneath roaring seas, holding you in my faithful peace. I see the places your soul still trembles, the hopes you are afraid to confess even to yourself. I know what it costs to trust when disappointment lingers, but I tell you, your story is never finished while you stand with me. Even the smallest spark in your spirit, that flicker that refuses to be extinguished, was placed there by my own hand. Do not hide your wounds from me.
Bring every fracture, every hidden sorrow into the warmth of my presence. There is no place in you so dark or distant that my light cannot find it. Come closer still, for I am unwearied, unashamed, and utterly delighted to embrace you again and again. Your failures do not repel me. Your fears do not surprise me.
I have seen the labyrinth of your thoughts, your moments of courage, your secret prayers, and every longing you have never spoken aloud. My compassion runs deeper than the currents of your shame. Let that truth settle now into every anxious place. Let it quiet the accusations and unspoken doubts that swirl within. I am not pacing the heavens waiting for you to earn worthiness or summon enough faith to impress me. My love is not a reward for performance, but the birthplace of your truest self.
When you listen for my voice, you are not left to decode a riddle. I delight in making my heart known, speaking gently but clearly, so that small steps become possible.
Even if your path feels wrapped in mystery, remember that I am guiding by my spirit, shaping circumstances and preparing you in ways beyond your understanding. Take notice of the invitations I place before you, those often missed nudges toward love, honesty, or forgiveness. The world may distract you with false promises and urgent noise, but my call is steady and sure. I am the voice that silences storms. Hear me as I remind you, even in this very moment, that I am accomplishing more than is visible. I do not waste tears or confusion or seasons that seem barren. When you feel surrounded by hardness like a seed pressed deep beneath the earth, know that I am working in hidden places. Trust that growth begins in darkness, for I alone know the timing and shape of your coming harvest. Let patience steady you not as a project to master, but as an act of resting in my timing. My wisdom writes a far greater story than anything you could orchestrate. You are not behind, not hopeless, not lost to me. My vision encompasses both your beginning and your destiny. Release the urge to compare your journey with another's or to measure your progress with anxious eyes. My pace for you is perfect. Where you have misunderstood delay for abandonment, remember that I am the faithful gardener, attentive even to the deepest roots. I have held your name in my heart before time itself began. I have watched over you with joy, wept with your sorrow, and celebrated your smallest wins. Nothing about you bores me, exhausts me, or causes me to pull back. This is the intimacy for which your soul longs. You are not meant to carry the world's burdens as your own. I am inviting you again and again to lay down the weights false responsibility, regret, and self-condemnation at the foot of my unending grace. As you do, you will discover freedom not as a fleeting feeling, but as the environment in which your heart is meant to live. Fear cannot flourish where my love is welcomed. Anxiety shrinks before the awareness of my nearness. Doubt dissolves in the face of my relentless truth. Each day is another invitation to practice this exchange, releasing what drains you to receive more of me. I lead you not with threats, but with steady affection. My correction is not rejection. It is the careful pruning of what keeps you small and distant from the fullness for which I made you. Welcome my discipline, knowing it springs from unwavering love and faithfulness to your true purpose. I am not after your perfection, but your willingness to walk with me even when you do not understand. Lift your gaze from the ground. The horizon I have prepared is radiant with hope and possibilities beyond counting. I am forming in you the resilience and compassion needed for the unique influence you are to carry. Your voice, your story, your compassion, they matter. You are called to be a reflection of my heart in places no one else can touch. Small acts of kindness, whispered prayers, simple integrity, these are seeds I water with my presence, and I promise their fruitfulness. Your tomorrow is not determined by yesterday's regrets, but by the unshakable promise of my companionship. I will be your supply, your advocate, your healer, and your friend. When you are tempted to withdraw, to believe you are too much or not enough, remember that I remain unmoved. My embrace is wide enough for all your questions, broad enough for every season of your heart. Do not wait for conditions to be perfect before coming near. Seek me now in this very breath and find that I have already drawn near to you. My delight in you cannot be diminished by your confusion or multiplied by your success. You are my beloved, called out of hiding and into the light where all things are made new. Listen for my invitation, as steady as sunrise and as gentle as the dew on morning grass. Let my spirit stir in you a holy expectation, not fear of disappointment, but wonder at possibilities yet unseen. I am not finished with you, not today, not ever. I hold your story, guide your steps, and celebrate each choice you make to trust me over the voice of fear. The table is set before you, overflowing with mercy. You have come to a place of seeking a quiet moment, hoping for direction, comfort, and truth. You might have wondered whether such a message can reach you just where you are, yet I speak to you now, assuring you this is not a coincidence. There is a word meant for your heart, tailored by my love for your situation today. Listen with your whole being, not merely out of curiosity, but because you sense in your spirit that your next steps hinge on hearing well. I do not speak as a distant holy echo, but as the voice who knows every thread of your story, the one who shaped you with purpose and holds you in compassion. There are depths yet unrevealed, a fresh unfolding waiting, if you will open yourself and linger in my presence. Before you, the road may have seemed abrupt or tangled, doubts rising, questions pressing at your soul. Still, you are not lost to me. I see you in every hidden struggle. I know the sighs you cannot put into words. I have watched as you tried to steady your heart amid uncertainties and shifting hopes. Do not imagine that I overlook the details that weigh so heavily on you. There is a revelation I am planting of my character, my intentions, and my unending commitment to your good. You have tried many places longing for answers, and you are here in this moment because I have drawn you gently, offering something no other voice, no other message can. Your life, each ache, every fragile dream is significant in my eyes. You wonder sometimes whether your story matters, whether I am involved in the minute details. Know this: nothing escapes my loving regard. As sunlight touches every leaf in a vast forest, so I notice each moment of your day, each emotion blooming in your soul. The stakes are real. Hope misplaced brings exhaustion. Trust misplaced leaves wounds. If you listen well, you will find rest for your heart, a peace that withstands chaos and guidance that brings purpose. This is not a distant word, but my presence breathing through every syllable, meeting you, not simply to inform, but to transform. I long for you to discover how intentional I am in my love for you. Others have spoken of me from afar, with words sometimes cold or abstract. Yet I draw near as close as breath, yearning for relationship and not mere ritual. Stay with me. Let your heart be soft, your spirit attentive. Allow me to speak beneath the surface to those places you rarely let others touch. There is freedom for your questions, grace for your failings, and enough strength for every fragility. This, my beloved, is a sanctuary made not of stone or tradition, but of my personal presence with you in this very moment. As you settle your heart, know that I always intended intimacy with you, not simple adherence to commands, but relationship pulsing with life, mutual knowing. I am not far removed, counting faults or measuring progress with cold distance. I draw close with compassion, seeing all you carry, the visible and the hidden. Hear me, there has never been a day when I turned away from you. Not once have I found your weakness repulsive or your stumbles disqualifying. I am drawn to you in your need. My delight is not in perfection, but in your willingness to let me carry you. When you brought me your small efforts, your hesitations, your longing, glances toward hope, I welcomed every single one as an act of faith. You wonder about your future, feeling the tension between what has been and what might be. Sometimes you are tempted to believe that your story has settled, that change is unreachable. Yet I specialize in new beginnings. Where the world offers shortcuts or hollow reassurances, I offer transformative renewal, rooted not in your flawless performance, but in my relentless mercy. Surrender your musts and shoulds for just a moment, and receive instead the assurance that I am the artist crafting beauty from every scar and every season. My hand has held you even when you could not sense it, shaping hope from ashes and forging growth through pain. Your weaknesses have not surprised me. Before your first anxious thought, I knew every layer of your humanity. Where shame would urge you to hide, I invite you to rest in honesty with me, to bring every worry and regret to the place where my compassion never runs dry. I am not waiting for you to impress or convince me. My invitation has always been the same. Come as you are, unmasked and unhurried. I will not reject you, not now, not ever. The world's affirmation is fickle, but my acceptance is steadfast. Let the noise subside. Let my stillness reassure you. Even in the seasons where you felt the cold wind of disappointment, I was not distant. Your prayers, though sometimes brittle and urgent, have always reached me. The delays were never proof of neglect. The apparent silence is never indifference. I am patient with your timeline, kind with your questions. My ways are higher, weaving together threads you cannot yet see. You may fear that you miss my path, but know that I am skilled at restoring lost time and guiding you forward. When you wander, I pursue. When you falter, I uphold. Your mistakes do not cancel. My plans, rather. I use every misstep as material to show you the depths of my redeeming love. Come walk with me a little further. Let the weight drop from your shoulders, for I am enough for your lack. Though others may measure your worth by accomplishments or compare you by fleeting standards, I see you through the lens of Christ, a beloved creation worthy of belonging, redeemed by sacrificial love. Let me exchange your burdens for my peace. Let your efforts to prove or earn fade in the brilliance of my unearned favor. You are my child, not because you managed to climb your way up to me, but because I have chosen to stoop in tenderness, lifting you into my embrace. I am not impatient with your process. Growth often feels like hidden work germinating in the dark before it surfaces in visible change. Trust that what I am cultivating in you is good, even if progress feels slow. Little by little, I tend the soil of your heart-watering dreams and strengthening roots beneath what others can see. My methods are gentle. I will not break the bruised reed or snuff out the faint flame. You are safe with me to be unfinished, to bring your honest questions, to wrestle with confusion, and let me teach you. Sometimes you imagine that your faith must always be unshakable to earn my nearness. Let that pressure go. Even the smallest flicker of trust delights me. Where you struggle to believe, I offer grace. Where your doubts crowd in, I offer myself as the steady anchor. I do not ask you for a perfect performance, only willingness to stay in dialogue with me. In your uncertainty, let me carry some of the questions. Even when you cannot articulate your needs, my spirit interprets every sigh, translating your heart's cry into requests that I receive with gentleness. The love I offer is never transactional. I do not bargain affection for obedience. I lavish kindness even before repentance. When discipline is needed, it is never punishment for punishment's sake, but the loving correction of a parent devoted to their child's full flourishing. My priorities are not harsh expectations, but your transformation and freedom. Entrust your journey to my timing. Release your need to control or rush fruit, knowing that I redeem even delays for your benefit. I am always working for your good, orchestrating breakthrough often through means you least expect. Lean into my constancy. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever not capricious or easily frustrated. My promises do not bend to moods of humanity. Though the world changes rapidly, trends shifting, loyalties fading, my word stands unbroken. Build your hope on that foundation. Even when storms rise and familiar landmarks disappear, you can rest secure in the reality that I will not leave you nor forsake you. The peace I offer does not depend upon circumstances aligning, but upon my unwavering presence within you. I see where fear has tried to settle in your chest, constricting what hope you dare allow. My perfect love casts out fear. You do not have to live shadowed by anxiety about what might come or regret for what has passed. Each day, receive what is necessary for that day, grace for the moment, not for every possible scenario. My provision is precise, tailored to each new challenge. Where you have felt lack, know that I am more interested in filling you than exposing you. Let me be your courage when yours is gone, your certainty when doubt creaks close. You may notice that others seem to carry burdens more lightly or advance more quickly, but comparison saps your strength and distorts your view. I made you uniquely, your rhythms, your gifts, your struggles, and I delight when you live into who you truly are. Do not despise your process. Each step with me, however faltering, marks genuine growth. Celebrate small victories. Honor the lessons of every setback. You are not falling behind. You are walking at the pace of grace. My compassion does not run out if you feel slow or unsteady. In the unseen, I am doing deep work that will bear fruit in just the right season. Let me remind you, you belong. No accusation can unmake what I have spoken over your life. When you feel alone or misunderstood, let my voice steady you. I gather the lonely into families, restore the weary, and uphold the faint-hearted. You are not just part of the crowd to me. I know your name, your history, your needs. My vision for you is more expansive and hope-filled than your best imaginings. Return to this place of belonging whenever the world grows cold, and let my presence melt every sense of isolation. Relationship with me was never meant to be complicated. Religion often burdens with requirements, but I extend the open invitation. Come receive trust. There is rest for your soul, healing for old wounds, and wisdom for every crossroad. If you ask me for guidance, I will not withhold it. My spirit delights to whisper direction, to prompt courage, to nudge you gently toward thriving. Clarity grows as you abide with me, staying close rather than trying to figure everything out on your own. I am better than any formula or self-help strategy, the source of life and light for the journey ahead. Keep your heart open. Where you sense resistance, bring it into the light. I can handle every doubt or hesitation. The invitation remains. Draw near in your confusion, remain soft in your uncertainty, and let me do the work of transformation within.
You need not fight to impress me. Just be present, aware, and willing for the journey. My love is stronger than shame, my purpose deeper than your failures, and my joy in you more abiding than you can yet comprehend.
Trust more than anything is what pleases me. Not flawless execution or unbroken record, but the quiet resolve to return to me again and again. Every time you choose me in hope, in repentance, in yearning, I draw joy from your heart's turning. I cherish moments when you pivot from anxiety to surrender, from striving to rest. In those quiet yeses, even when they feel fragile, you honor me, and I respond not with a wagging finger, but with open arms and renewed mercies. Time with me is never wasted. In my presence, you are renewed, revived, made resilient. Let worship arise not as duty, but as gratitude, a spontaneous overflow from realizing just how held you are. When you lose sight, do not despair. I am already seeking you, leading you gently back. My commitment is unwavering, my patience deeper than all your questions. Your journey is precious to me, and I rejoice in every moment you choose to walk alongside me, learning, trusting, receiving all I delight to give. I know how deeply you desire to find purpose in the swirling patterns of your days. Every heart asks questions about meaning, about pain, about joy, and about the unseen foundations beneath every experience. I fashioned you to seek and to find, to hunger for what is eternal. Even as you walk through the fleeting moments of your life, there are mysteries within you that even you have not dared to name, but I see them all. Your thoughts as you lie awake, questions woven through your laughter and your tears are precious to me. Before even a word is on your tongue, I know it completely. Even so, I delight in your voice raised to me in honesty or longing or even frustration, because it is the cry of your heart searching for mine. Listen now, for I have much to reveal to you. So often you measure your value by what you manage to achieve or avoid, tallying up moments of success and failure as if they define your worth. But in my eyes, your value was set before your first breath. I shaped you with care, knowing each day you would live upon this earth, and I chose to love you, not the image you present to others, but the real you, with all your hopes and fears, your bright courage and your secret struggles. Do not let your heart grow restless comparing your journey to another's. The lane you walk was marked for you alone, and I walk each step at your side, waiting for you to reach for my hand. There are times when fog settles thickly over your mind and hope seems distant. A faint echo rather than a living promise. In those hours, recall that I have not abandoned you. It is not your strength that sustains my love. It is my love that lifts you when you are weak. The world may tell you that you must earn belonging, that only the worthy are heard. My voice is different. I call you beloved. When you falter, I do not despise your weakness, but stoop down to lift you again. I have watched your silent battles, your attempts to stand, when heaviness threatens to pull you down. Know this, every time you turn your thoughts toward me, you invite heaven's light into the shadows. Let me remind you that peace is not the absence of turmoil. True peace comes from my presence within you, a quiet current, even when the storms rage loudest outside. The circumstances around you may shift and strain, but the anchor I give is not easily shaken. I see the burdens you carry, duties, regrets, anxieties you hide from others. I am inviting you now to lay those burdens down, not by denying reality, but by letting me take their full weight. My strength is made perfect in your need. You need not perform for me. Honesty is the doorway to healing. Tell me when you are tired, when you doubt, when you wish things were different. There is room in my heart for your honesty. I do not turn away from your weakness. Instead, I draw closer like a shepherd retrieving a weary lamb. Even as you move through ordinary days, remember that nothing is truly ordinary when lived in relationship with me. Every breath is an invitation. Every moment, an opportunity to discover more of my faithfulness. I know the secret fears you hesitate to speak aloud, the worry that things will never change, the ache for restoration where you have lost much. I have not missed a single sigh from your lips. My plans for you extend farther than you have imagined. I see the tapestry, my child, woven in colors you may not yet perceive. When you look back at the twists in your story, you will see my fingerprints in places you once thought abandoned. Sometimes you may fear that you have wandered too far, or missed a turning you cannot return from. Let me assure you, there is no distance so great that my grace cannot reach. I am skilled at restoration. What you consider ruined, I can redeem. When you bring your broken places to me, you create room for miracle and mercy. I take delight in making all things new, not by erasing the past, but by transforming it. Your wounds can become wells of compassion, your losses seeds that bear fruit in others' lives. What looks like an ending may be the quiet, fertile ground of something marvelously new. Pause for a moment and breathe deeply. Let my words settle within like gentle rain sinking into thirsty earth. You have longed for assurance, for affirmation that you matter not just to the world, but to the Maker of all things. Hear me. I have chosen you as you are, and I am not disappointed. I rejoice over you with quiet singing, a melody that runs deeper than failure or success. My arms are always open. When you come to me, even with trembling and uncertainty, you are met with kindness. Your thirst for connection, that ache for home, is a reflection of my longing for you. I pursued your heart before you ever called my name. My desire is not simply that you fulfill a list of duties or shape yourself into an image of perfection, but that you know me and let me know you deeply and honestly. In my presence, masks fall away. You are free to rest, to confess, to dream again. I will not reject you or compare your journey to any other. My love is steady, not dependent on your mood or performance. It gladdens me when you venture trust, even in tiny steps. Faith is not the absence of doubt, but the decision to reach for me despite the questions. I honor the smallest spark you dare hold out to me. When you struggle to believe, whisper your hesitation. I do not turn away. Even when words feel hollow and your prayers seem to vanish into silence, I am still here. I am working in the unseen, weaving good from strands you cannot yet understand. Trust that nothing given to me is lost. Your tears, your hopes, your confessions, and your laughter are gathered by hands more patient and tender than you can imagine. With each new daybreak, I provide you with fresh kindness. Release the regrets of the past and the anxieties of the future. Here and now, I am enough for you. I am not distant or exclusive to just a few people. I am close by. While you read this, take a moment to feel my proximity as near as your next inhale. There is space in my arms for you right now, just the way you are. In times of doubt, when you find yourself caught between what you understand and what you desire, I am here with a solid presence that cannot be moved. My support is not a faint sound far away, but a gentle guidance felt deep within your spirit. Sometimes you may search hard for assurance, for proof that you are safe, loved, and securely embraced. Understand that I surround you completely, and even when you feel shaky, my promises remain true. You may question whether your struggles are too much for me to handle, or if your queries are too complex for my understanding, yet I encourage you to bring everything to me. I am not afraid of your doubts nor deterred by challenges. When you feel unnoticed, remember that I have been observing you from the very start, cherishing every detail, counting each hope and tear as precious. There is a sacred pattern in all the days you experience, even the ones that seem dull, unproductive, or lost. I take each moment weaving meaning into your journey that you may not yet recognize. My work within you is not solely measured by visible successes, but by the changes in your heart and the quiet bravery that emerges when you trust me in the small, unseen parts of your life. Do not overlook the challenges that seem ordinary. Often it is in these moments that I prepare you for more than you could ever imagine. While the world may see only the everyday I am fostering, strength, humility, and a heart that listens to my voice. You might have compared your journey to others, questioning if you are falling behind, missing opportunities, or being ignored. Set aside the need to evaluate your value based on someone else's speed or achievements. The narrative I am creating with your life is uniquely magnificent, requiring only your openness to take each step with a willing heart. Even now, as you engage with these words, I express my joy over the person you are becoming. Every void, every perceived deficiency is a chance for my presence to shine through in unexpected ways. Have faith that nothing I permit in your life goes to waste. I am redeeming even the disappointments, using what you cannot yet comprehend to bring you closer to wholeness. When you are tired, find peace in the understanding that my strength is not something you need to earn or strive for. Just as a garden receives nourishment from rain, your life is sustained by my spirit gently and consistently, without the demand for perfection. I do not judge your vulnerabilities. I approach you with kindness that refreshes and uplifts. There is no need for you to endlessly struggle to prove your worth. I have already embraced you as part of me, and my love shields you from all worries and regrets. I invite you to pause your efforts, even if just briefly. Let yourself enter the stillness where my presence can connect with you. In this space, there is no need to impress or prove anything. You are cherished not for your accomplishments, but simply because you belong to me. Even if your life is chaotic and distracting, I am the calm and comfort just beneath it all, always present and sufficient. I am never far from you. Take a moment to breathe easy with me and understand that resting does not mean ignoring your responsibilities, but rather trusting in me. The doubts you worry about cannot overshadow my unwavering love for you. You have not wandered too far for me to reach you, nor have you failed too badly for me to bring you back to wholeness. Each day is a chance to start anew with me, to let go of the weights you carry, and to receive the hope I give fresh, like morning dew. My guidance for your path is trustworthy even when the way seems unclear. I will not leave you confused or lost in the waiting. Be attentive to the soft prompts, the gentle urges that draw you toward what is good and away from the dark. These are not random. They are signs of my guidance, proof that I am present in your life, even during times of uncertainty. Allow yourself to hold on to hope when you are tempted to expect failure. Have the courage to believe that with me things do not need to be completely clear for you to proceed with trust. You are not required to have everything understood just to take the next step with a heart open to my guidance. My dear, you are not defined by your fears, your scars, or your past mistakes. What you perceive as limitations or flaws, I see as chances for miracles. In your moments of emptiness, I fill you up. When you have doubts, I provide understanding that surpasses ordinary knowledge. There is no circumstance you encounter that I cannot touch, redeem, and bring back to life. Many of the burdens you feel seem urgent and heavy, but keep in mind my timing is flawless and my intentions cannot be hindered by any challenge or error. Let go of the pressure of an uncertain future and find rest in the truth that I control all of your tomorrows. You are connected to me not because you hold tightly, but because of my unchanging promise. Let that certainty calm the storms in your heart and reduce the clutter in your mind. I encourage you to view yourself through my eyes, wanted, chosen, and unique. Your value isn't based on applause or acknowledgement, nor can it be taken away by rejection or failure. The truths I speak to you are unchanging, even when situations change and dreams evolve. Stay close to me and understand that you are never alone in your doubts, mistakes, or fragile hopes. My love will not leave you during your journey. It persists through every twist and remains strong in every season. When you feel small, unimportant, or neglected, remember that I celebrate you with joy and I take pleasure in every quiet leap of faith and every little step you take in surrender. All that you need for now and the future is found in the relationship with me, the one who sees you, loves you, and guides your spirit. Allow the weight on your heart to lift as you absorb the truth of my caring presence. I notice the sacrifices you make, the private prayers you utter, and the times when you opt for kindness over bitterness. Nothing slips by unnoticed. I am at work in ways you may not grasp, responding to prayers in ways that surprise you, yet always in ways designed with love for your heart's well-being. The doubts that seek to unravel you are precisely where my certainty shines brightest. In moments of silence, when you wonder if I am listening, know that I am closer than your next breath. I hold every desire, every sorrow, and I have authority over every question that remains in darkness. Your path is not in vain. Every twist and turn brings you nearer to the fullness of the life I have planned for you. Even in times when your faith feels weak, worn down by disappointment, it remains valuable to me, a seed that when sown in trust will produce results beyond your current understanding. Even now, as you remain attentive, I am working deeply within the depths of your heart. I know each root, every hidden stone, and every seed buried long ago, regardless of whether it came from hope or fear. There have been moments when you have wondered if you are unworthy of my love, possibly due to a harsh word said in anger, a broken promise made to yourself, or a lingering shadow in your thoughts. Yet I have watched over you not with judgment, but with the same longing as a gardener who understands the beauty waiting to bloom within rough, closed buds. My dear one, before your first breath, I crafted your days with care, knowing that growth needs light, water, patience, and at times the storms you wish would avoid you. In the stillness where you often question your self-worth, I softly provide reassurance. I want you just as you are, not as you believe you must change to earn grace. I do not keep my distance to judge your shortcomings against my abilities. Everything I provide is given freely because of who I am, not based on your actions. When you are weighed down by regrets or uncertainties, let my presence envelop your thoughts like soft rain. I want you to hear me as I remove the burdens of disappointment you bear. I address you by your name, not your errors. I remind you of my joy, for I recognize the potential in you that you may have started to doubt. In times when your strength weakens and you hesitate to seek more, remember that your needs do not bring me shame. Each request, spoken softly or with conviction, brings you closer to my heart rather than pulling you away. I do not tire of lifting you when you fall. Time and again I bend down to gather the pieces of your hope, carefully putting them back together with endless kindness. There is nothing too damaged for me to restore, no hidden part so dark that my light cannot shine upon it. Your narrative with its turns and incomplete sections does not bring me embarrassment. It stands as proof of my faithfulness and loving creativity. If you have not succeeded in love, forgive yourself, for I have already let go of your past. Release the weights you carry like heavy chains. I invite you not to a life of constant effort, but to the comfort of yielding, where each moment, your laughter, your tears, your work, your rest is a shared gift between us. Tune into the songs I sing over your life, the melodies of hope and healing, even when disappointment and discouragement try to drown them out. My melody is there, you just need to pause and hear. My voice is found even in the smallest acts of kindness in sunny mornings and peaceful nights. I am with you in every season on your tough days and joyful ones in times of plenty and times of lack. Nothing can distance you from my unwavering presence. No situation goes beyond the reach of my compassion.
Do not think of me as unfeeling or distant. Every burden that weighs you down is also felt in my heart. I come close to those who are hurting, and my comfort is always abundant. Spend time with me in life's little pleasures, like the warmth of a hug, the scent of fresh rain, or the joy that bubbles up during normal moments.
All of these are reminders that every good gift comes from my hand and is meant for your enjoyment. If you ponder the meaning of your life or question why you are on this journey, listen closely. Though it might appear others walk with greater confidence or shine more brightly, your path holds a unique and special value to me. No one else can bring the unique essence that you do to the world. I created you to connect with others, not to be compared. Embrace the relationships I have brought into your life, understanding that every meeting is a chance for kindness. There are no minor acts of love, and no kindness goes unseen. Everything done with love is cherished forever in my heart. Where you see yourself as small, I perceive hidden greatness. As you give of yourself to those around you, I will restore you not only with daily strength, but also with deeper joy waiting to be found. Rely on me, especially when life appears confusing and the future seems uncertain. Let me be your support when doubts arise. My commitments to you are not just hopeful thoughts, but living promises. Just like the sunrise follows the longest night, I hold your future secure. There is nothing arbitrary or wasted in what I permit. I am the storyteller who transforms scars into fresh starts, who turns ashes into beautiful crowns. While pain does not come from me, I intertwine every struggle into a picture that surpasses your wildest dreams. Allow me to carry the pieces that you don't comprehend. I seek not your perfect belief, but your genuine surrender. Share your broken dreams, your unanswered questions, and your desire for more with me. I will not reject you, for it is in these vulnerable moments that we grow closest. Journey with me, step by step. Let go of your need for predictable outcomes and find peace in my guidance for what comes next. I do not ask for grand actions, just a heart that is willing to follow love's gentle direction. Today is not too late. Nothing about your journey is irretrievably lost. There are still new mercies dawning, still rivers of peace that I have set aside for your refreshment. Notice the subtle invitations scattered across your day, a quiet moment to breathe deeply, a passing smile, the beauty of simple provision. I am in it all, calling you to awareness, reminding you that you are never alone. As you keep your heart before me, let thankfulness grow even when your circumstances resist it. Gratitude is not denial of pain, but declaration that I am greater than what troubles you. In every season, your thankfulness becomes an offering that rises before me, drawing you further into the freedom for which you were created. Be gentle with yourself, accepting that learning to live in my love is a journey, not an instant arrival.
There is beauty in your unfinishedness, for it keeps you dependent on me. Every step taken in my presence is progress, no matter how small. Walk forward in confidence, not in your strength, but in my unending devotion.
There is nothing you will ever face without my steadfast presence beside you. Open your eyes anew to the ways I am moving, even in what seems ordinary or hidden. The story I am writing in you is worth more than you realize, and the chapter before you now holds treasures still waiting to be discovered. There are moments when the path you walk seems to turn unexpectedly, and everything you thought was solid beneath your feet feels uncertain. In such times, I am not far or silent. I am the hand steadying your steps, even as the ground seems to shift. Your heart held gently in my keeping still matters deeply to me, amid all the noise and confusion of the world. Do not look away in shame when you stumble, for I see every falter, and my first response is always compassion. I do not grow weary of your questions or disappointed by your fears. When you feel invisible to others, let me remind you that you are never hidden from my sight. Every tear, every sigh, every hope that flickers faintly within you, I am present for it all. Your story is intricately woven with threads of patience and promise that I myself have chosen. Let me lift the burdens that your shoulders cannot bear alone. The weight of regret, the sharpness of disappointment, even the silent ache of longing, bring these to me, for I have already carried the heaviness to redeem it into something radiant. When you sense the futility of striving, remember that my love is not earned by your performance or lost in your failure. I have chosen you not for what you've accomplished, but for who you are to me. Do not rush through your days in search of worth that the world is slow to give. Pause and listen as I whisper your value rooted in my affection for you. You long for security, for a peace untouched by shifting circumstances. True peace flows not from perfect situations, but from trust in me. Peace that remains strong when hope is fragile. Peace that stays gentle when life is harsh. I am teaching you not only to endure, but to flourish. Planting resilience where there once was only resignation. Each trial, though painful, is not punishment, but preparation. I am stretching your faith, so it may blossom beyond what you imagine. The doubts that crowd your mind are not obstacles to me. They are invitations for you to lean in closer. When you are tempted to withdraw to shield yourself from disappointment, know that I am steadfast, never turning my face from you. Even in the silence when answers do not come quickly, I am working in depths that are hidden from your sight, sowing hope where you least expect it. My care extends beyond the surface of your circumstances. I see every unspoken prayer, every sleepless night, every bud of hope you dare to nurture. My grace is not simply a distant concept, but an active presence, renewing and restoring what feels worn thin. If you let me, I will take all that feels broken and refashion it into beauty, that only I can create strength that is gentle purpose within pain, light in places the world cannot reach. The journey I invite you to is not simply one of survival, but of transformation. Let me teach you how to see yourself as I do, a beloved child chosen for joy, destined for fruitfulness, even in seasons that seem barren. When you open your heart to my perspective, you will begin to notice the fingerprints of my goodness in places you once overlooked. I am with you in laughter and in lament, in the ordinary and the extraordinary, in every breath you take. Gentle correction is a sign of my unfailing love. Where I convict your heart, it is not to condemn, but to restore. I desire your wholeness, not merely outward compliance, but inner freedom. When you sense my prompting, do not be afraid to let go of habits, attitudes, or patterns that have held you back. Surrender is not defeat in my eyes, but a doorway into greater strength.
Each time you choose me over your old ways, you participate in a miracle. I shape new life within you that death cannot touch. My guidance is never harsh. It is the voice that calls you back when you wander, the embrace that welcomes you home.
There is no part of your story that disqualifies you from my love or excludes you from my purpose. I am the God who brings dead things to life, who turns shame to honor and ashes to beauty. If you find it hard to trust again, I understand. Trust is built in moments, one act of faith at a time. Even your smallest steps toward me delight my heart. I see your effort, your willingness to try again, and I cherish your courage. Your wounds are not invisible or ignored. I gather your broken pieces as precious treasure, tenderly making all things new. When your hands are empty and your heart is tired, remember, you are not expected to carry the journey alone. Invite me into the places you hide your private doubts, your secret weaknesses, your silent prayers. I am not impatient with you. My patience is as vast as the ocean, always inviting, always welcoming. You may move slowly, but I celebrate every step you take. You have wondered if you are truly seen. If anyone notices the depth of your need, I assure you that I notice and I am moved with compassion. I will not leave you stranded in the dark. My light seeks you out not because you have proven yourself, but because you are mine. Let my words wash over you, bringing hope to your heart and strength to your spirit. My favor toward you is not fragile. It will not vanish with your moods or your mistakes. I am steady when everything else is transient. My purpose for you is not threatened by setbacks, nor is it derailed by detours. The story I am writing in your life still pulses with promise. Every morning you wake, know that there are mercies prepared just for you, fresh strength, wisdom for today, and courage for the unknown. If you are surrounded by voices that tear down, cling all the more tightly to mine, which builds and restores. I am weaving a tapestry from your days, each thread important and intentional, and nothing is wasted in my creative hands. Where others see failure or futility, I see foundation stones for your future. When you draw near, even in weakness, you discover that my nearness is your greatest good. There are treasures of love I long to pour into your heart. Patience when you want to rush ahead, gentleness when you feel rough-edged, joy that outblasts sorrow. Do not measure your progress by the standards of those around you. I know your starting point, the journey you have walked, and the secret battles you have fought. My delight in you is not based on flawless performance, but on your open heart. Stay open to what I am teaching you, for every moment, pleasant or painful, holds a lesson fitted to your destiny. You are not alone in longing for change or for things to make sense. Let me meet you in your confusion and breathe understanding where you have only questions. This season will not last forever, but the fruit it produces in you will endure. Hold on to hope, not because you have reason for optimism in your circumstances, but because my character is unchanging. Your faith, even when as small as a seed, is precious to me. I nurtured growth that begins in silent surrender. When it feels as if you are making no progress, trust that my spirit is at work beneath the surface, coaxing new life from dormant soil. This is the miracle I offer, to turn what you bring, even if broken, into something breathtaking in its time. My invitation remains each day for you to draw near, to listen, to rest in me. Here, you will find the strength you seek and the love you crave. I am never out of reach, never out of patience, never out of love for you. Allow your heart to be taught by my gentleness and your courage renewed by my nearness. I have brought you here to this moment, not by accident, but by my design, so that you may know the fullness of my heart and the faithfulness of my promises. You have walked through many days when your heart questioned, when the answers seemed far off, when it felt as though I might not be near, but I have been with you in every moment. Even now, as you consider the challenges you faced and the strength you sometimes fear you lack, know that I am intimately acquainted with every detail of your life. I have seen the times when you have pressed on in faith, even though your feelings did not match your actions. I treasure each effort you make to reach for hope within the shadowed places, each decision to offer kindness, each longing to live according to the light I have set within you. I am attentive, always near, never distracted. I do not grow weary of your questions or lose patience with your journey. Rather, I delight in each step you take towards me, no matter how faltering it may seem to you. Do not let the disappointment you sometimes feel be a sign to turn back. Instead, let it be the soil into which I can plant new faith. The stones that make your steps uneven are not there to trip you, but to teach your feet to search for the steadiness I provide. I am forming resilience in you, not by keeping every obstacle away, but by working with you to overcome them. When your own plans are interrupted, or your hopes seem delayed, I am not absent. These are not wasted hours nor fruitless paths, but opportunities to perceive my grace in ways you would not have chosen. I see the wrestle beneath your silence, the longings hidden from others, and I do not judge you for them. Instead, I wait with you, offering my shoulder when the burdens feel unspeakable. It takes courage to believe in unseen promises. Understand that where you feel most fragile, my presence grows more tangible. If you welcome me into those places, invite me into your uncertainty, your doubt, your confusion, whisper your fears, even if the words catch in your throat, for I am not looking for perfect language from you. I am seeking a heart willing to trust, to reach out, to say, "Help me," when you tire from walking alone. I will not shame you for your weakness, for it is there that I can be your strength most completely. The world often teaches that strength lies in self-sufficiency, but with me, true strength is born in humble dependence. In the quiet turning of your days, from your own limits to my limitless compassion, each time you persevere, each moment you choose faithfulness over convenience, you are cultivating a life that honors both who you are and who I am in you. Let go of the notion that progress comes only in grand gestures or visible accomplishments. I delight in the small acts unnoticed by others, the patient listening, the quiet forgiveness, the prayers offered in the night when sleep would not come. These are invaluable to me. They are the expressions of a heart attuned to my spirit, open and honest in its desire to participate in something greater than itself. Remember that I use what is small and humble to confound the wisdom of the world. I do not require your perfection, but your participation. When anxiety attempts to take hold, let it remind you not of your inadequacy, but of your deep need for me. In returning to me, you find rest, and in resting, you are made whole and ready for whatever lies ahead. My child, you are not disqualified by your uncertainty, your missteps, or your failures. The very places you seek to hide from me are the places I most desire to redeem. Bring me your questions, your frustration, and yes, even your anger. I am strong enough to carry every burden you give me, and gentle enough to soothe wounds you struggle to name. When you feel unseen, overlooked, or forgotten, remember that I see you through eyes of unshakable love. My care for you does not fluctuate according to your mood, your effort, or your sense of deserving. I am constant, steadfast like a river that does not stop its course. In your loneliness, I am the presence that will not leave. When others fail to understand your pain, I offer understanding deeper than words. When you long for someone to hear, to see, to know, you truly rest in the truth that I know you inside and out, and I call you precious. The identity I offer is not given on account of what you produce or achieve, but because you are mine. Never believe the lie that your life is insignificant. I have planted seeds in you that are unique gifts, not repeated in any other person. The dreams that linger in your heart, whether spoken or wordless, matter to me. I know the intended seasons for every seed to break open and grow. Trust me with the timing. Let your roots go deep into the soil of my faithfulness, for storms will come and winds will blow, but I will hold you firm. Where you see only slow growth or imperceptible progress, I am cultivating a strength that will last not just for today, but for all the tomorrows ahead. Let your life be shaped not by comparison, but by communion with me. Other lives may look easier or more blessed, but you only witness their surface. I alone know the stories beneath their smiles. I know the battles that rage in silent places, and the nights they too have cried out for help. Trust that what I give to you is designed for your journey. Do not measure your worth by the standards of others, but by the truth of my voice, which calls you chosen, cherished, and called forth for purpose. Allow these words to stir you not toward self-condemnation, but toward a new confidence that rests not in your capacity, but in my sufficiency. I am able to supply all you need moment by moment, day by day. Where you lack wisdom, ask, and I will give it generously. Where you need patience, I am patient with you. Where you seek freedom, it is my delight to unravel every chain and lead you into wide spaces of peace. Trust me anew today, knowing that I am already at work ahead of you, preparing the way with more grace than you can imagine. There are moments in every journey where the shadows seem heavier and the silence more profound. These are not because I have turned away, but rather because I am inviting you into deeper trust. I know the questions swirling in your mind, the hidden anxieties and the worries that rise up when life feels unpredictable. Nothing escapes me your sleepless nights, your uncertain steps, and those places within where doubt tries to take root. My loving gaze never leaves you. I am not impatient with your process. I honor your growth even when you feel frail. Each question, each longing is an invitation to draw closer and let me be your assurance. I am not threatened by your questions. Instead, I cherish the honest conversation that springs from a genuine heart. My presence remains steady whether you sense it or not, holding you together with care that never grows weary. Let your soul breathe in my kindness and recognize that your journey is precious to me. You were never called to walk alone in a world that can be harsh and confusing. When the loudness of the world tries to drown out my gentle voice, remember that I know your name, your hopes, and the history of every scar. The storms you walk through are not wasted. I do not bypass pain or pretend it does not exist. Instead, I move into it with you carrying you when your strength fails. My promise is not to keep you from every challenge, but to transform you within them. My light is not fragile. It cannot be extinguished by the darkness you see or feel. Every tear you've cried, I have counted. Every silent plea has reached me, even the ones you could not put into words. I am here to mend what feels broken and to speak life where you sense only endings. Sometimes I answer loudly with miracles and sudden change. Other times my answer is quiet. The comfort that settles unexpectedly, the courage that appears in small daily choices, the hope that persists when nothing seems to make sense. You matter to me not for what you achieve, but simply because you are mine. There is nothing about you that is unknown or unlovable to me. My mercy runs deeper than your deepest regret, broader than your greatest fear. I see both your strengths and your struggles, the victories you celebrate and the battles you fight in private. None of these disqualify you from my affection. Lift your eyes again, even if only for a moment. Let me meet you in the very place you feel weakest or most unworthy. My restoration is not a distant event. It is happening continually as you open your heart to me. Do not shy away from bringing me your confusion or your messiness.
I see it already, and my response is always one of compassion and welcome. I do not despise your frailty. Your honesty with me is the soil where trust and intimacy grow.
Come as you are, not as you think you should be. Come weary, come hopeful, come doubting, or believing fiercely, just come. My ways are not bound by your limitations or past disappointments. Your story is not stuck at a dead end. I am weaving beauty even from the ashes of what you thought was lost forever. The waiting spaces in your heart are not punishments. They are fertile ground for new trust, new vision, and new beginnings. Every day I offer you fresh mercy. Each sunrise is my invitation for you to start again, unburdened by yesterday's failures or tomorrow's anxieties. I am the anchor holding you steady, the quiet song beneath your chaos, the love that sits beside you in every moment. Lean into me and find that I am enough. When you feel overlooked by others, remember you are seen and celebrated by me. When the voices around you speak fear or condemnation, let my voice be your song of freedom. I do not measure you by standards that shift or break. My love is the true measure, and it stays the same. Success in my eyes is not about never stumbling, but about letting me raise you up each time you return. True strength is found in surrender, in letting me carry what is too heavy for you. Breathe deeply and sense my nearness. My spirit is at work within you, empowering even your smallest steps of faith. Do not minimize the significance of obedience in the ordinary moments. Every gesture of kindness, every choice to forgive, every refusal to give in to despair. I notice the care you offer others, the prayers whispered in secret, the dreams you entrust to me. You are never too far, never too broken, never too late to encounter my redeeming touch. Even now, as you listen and allow my words to soak into your heart, transformation is unfolding. Let your hope be anchored not in circumstances, but in me, the one who knows the end from the beginning. What you cannot see yet, I see clearly. What feels uncertain to you is under my sovereignty. Let my peace quiet the noise of what-ifs and if-onlys. I am not done with your story. It is still being written sentence by sentence, day by day, with my goodness at the center. Choose to trust me with the chapters you do not understand yet. I will never forsake you even when all others fade away. I delight in you not because you are flawless, but because you are cherished beyond what you can comprehend. My forgiveness is not doled out sparingly. It overflows and washes away everything that would keep you distant. Receive my grace unearned and unconditional. Rest in this reality. Nothing and no one can separate you from my love. Your life is not an accident, your presence is not overlooked, and your struggles are not ignored. Let your heart be still and listen for my affirmation. Not the affirmation of fleeting applause or temporary approval, but the deep assurance that you are wanted, chosen, and significant to me. My affirmation silences shame and calls forth your God-given identity. I whisper purpose into the places where you fear you have none,
and I nurture hope where you have long stopped expecting change.
Surrender your need to be perfect and allow me to perfect you through my love. You are a work of wonder in progress. I am patient as you become who I made you to be, shaping you gently in my wisdom and compassion. Resist the temptation to rush what needs time to grow. Trust that I am never late, never indifferent, and never removed from the smallest details of your life. My presence is your assurance when you walk through fire or water grief or joy, uncertainty, or hope. Continue on knowing each step is held by my hand. When you tremble, I am the strength beneath you. When you rejoice, I am the one who sings over you. When you despair, I am the lifter of your head. In your deepest need, you are met by my greatest supply. There are moments when you stand in the in-between, where the old patterns of fear feel so familiar that you nearly mistake them for safety, even though your soul aches for something more. You have begun to notice the subtle invitations I send, the quiet pull to leave that anxious thought a little sooner, the gentle urge to reach out when pride says, withdraw the warmth of hope, flickering even as doubts swirl. These are not coincidences nor fleeting emotions. They are the daily finger taps of my spirit shaping your willingness to be both courageous and vulnerable. Growth is not always triumphant or loud. At times, it is the simplest act of pausing, breathing, and turning your heart in my direction when all seems weary. Remember, I am not a distant observer tallying your victories and failures. I share each sigh, each tear, each little spark of faith that persists despite the shadows. My presence is woven into the ordinary details. Your routines, your thoughts, your longings, even the moments you barely notice. As the ground shifts beneath you, I teach you to find stability in me. The deepest roots are not always visible above the soil, but they are the lifeline in storms. My nurture comes quietly as well, sometimes through new understanding or the loving correction that sets you straight again. I am forming in you a capacity to forgive yourself and others, not by ignoring wounds, but by letting me hold and heal what you cannot change alone. Own every part of your journey, for I have already claimed you with fullness of love. Do not avoid the uncomfortable questions or run from the unfinished places in your heart. These are doorways to deeper relationship. Meet me there unguarded, and I will grant you both strength and rest. When you stumble, know that my hands do not withdraw but reach even further to uphold you. My patience is inexhaustible, not a reluctant tolerance, but the kind love that delights to see even faltering steps toward wholeness. Beyond what you admit to others, you know the secret battles you wage each day. I am intimately present in those silent struggles. Let me remind you that your worth does not hinge on visible triumphs alone. I delight most in the quiet, yes, the decision to trust me, when evidence runs thin, the choice to listen beyond the surface noise, the courage to seek peace where there was once only discord. These are treasures in my kingdom more precious than outward achievement, so shape the rhythm of your days with intention. Invite me into your routines, your conversations, and your moments of solitude. You will discover that I have already prepared places of refreshment in the midst of what feels like wilderness. There is manna in your mornings and hidden well springs in the heat of midday gifts that only patient trust can uncover. Let your heart breathe with new expectation. When old disappointments threaten to harden you, remember that I am not limited by your past experiences. I am the creator of new seasons and fresh mercies able to shift the landscape in a single word. Let gratitude become your anchor. Give thanks for small evidences of my faithfulness, the unexplainable peace, the timely word from a friend, the sudden clarity in confusion, the strength to forgive. Each of these is a signpost marking my faithfulness, a reminder that you are not alone in this journey.
Let go of the urge to compare your path with another's. I have designed you for a purpose that is distinct, with trials and victories that will serve not only your restoration, but the encouragement of many. When you feel unseen or misunderstood, take comfort in the truth that I see the whole of you. Nothing about your heart is hidden. Your laughter, your pain, your frustration, and every yearning are intimately known and cherished by me. I am attuned to you in ways no human could ever be. So when shadows of loneliness creep in, let them remind you to lean into my embrace rather than retreat into isolation. Trust that my presence brings both companionship and understanding deeper than words. I have called you by name and written a story of hope over your life that nothing can erase. Lean into this truth, especially when your feelings suggest otherwise. Faith is often cultivated when you act on what I have said even before you feel it for. In these moments, my joy finds fertile ground. Keep learning the language of my love, which often speaks in unspoken acts of kindness, moments of compassion, and the willingness to listen. Let your life become a testimony to my renewing power. People may not always perceive the quiet transformation within you, but every step in love reshapes the world around you. Hold on to the assurance that your progress is valuable no matter its pace. Develop the habit of celebrating small steps. These are not trivial but cumulative, building a legacy of resilience and beauty. Even the tiniest acts of faithfulness, enduring when you'd rather quit, choosing truth over comfort, serving when your strength seems depleted, are the seeds of breakthroughs yet unseen. Cling to the power of hope, for it is the lens through which you will see my work unfold. Break free from the tyranny of hopeless predictions, even those echoing from voices of authority or your own self-doubt. I am not finished with you, not discouraged by your slow progress or overwhelmed by your circumstances. I see the end from the beginning and walk patiently at your pace. Learn to marvel at the wonder of resurrection, for in me, dead places live again. Do not resign yourself to cycles of defeat. Expect that I am always present to do a new thing, even when the surface appears unchanged. Your prayers, however silent or brief, are precious to me, each one heard and responded to with wisdom beyond your understanding. Surrender the pressure to manufacture outcomes by your own efforts. Let trust become your posture and obedience your compass. There will be times when the only clarity you have is the light for the next step. Do not let this unsettle you. I guide the willing heart gently and faithfully, often revealing my plans as you move forward in faith rather than all at once. Rest in the certainty of my good intentions, for you, believing that every delay is an opportunity for greater growth and preparation. As you release your need for control, you will find yourself freer to experience joy even in uncertainty. The discipline of waiting bears fruit that is sweeter, the kind that endures and satisfies more deeply. Practice coming to me with every burden, no matter how small or recurring, and experience the relief of true companionship with your Creator. My delight is not in your striving or perfection, but in your nearness and receptivity to my voice. Even your questions and disappointments are safe with me. Nothing is wasted. All can be gathered into my redemption. Choose to see yourself as I see you, called, cherished, and equipped for every good work. Watch as I transform your very weaknesses into channels for my grace. Trust that even as you continue to wrestle, my loving hands will never let you go. Rest in the assurance that I have seen every tear you have shed in secret, every silent ache in your chest, every longing for restoration and peace. You have wondered if I noticed the moments when you felt unseen and unheard, moments when you cried out in the night not knowing if anyone would answer. Let me remind you now, I am the one who never slumbers or sleeps, who keeps watch over your soul with loving eyes that miss nothing. When you have felt isolated in your pain, my presence was closer than the beat of your heart, my hand steadying you, though you may not have known it. Together we have traveled through valleys and desolate paths that seemed endless, but you have never walked them alone. I have carried you many steps you thought you could not take, bearing the burdens you could not speak aloud. Each season of darkness has not been wasted. It has worked unseen roots of faith deep into your spirit, preparing you for the blooms I will bring forth. However, do not be mistaken. I call you higher, not only to comfort, but to transformation. I am not content for you to merely survive when I have destined you to flourish. Do not grow too comfortable in your hardships, nor define yourself by pain or anxiety. You are not a prisoner of your past or your circumstances. Lift your eyes from the ground and meet my gaze. Do you see the flame I have lit within you? Even if the wind of this world blows fierce, it cannot extinguish what I have kindled. Rekindle your courage, for I walk with you, and before you making a way where none seemed possible. My strength is perfected in your weakness, so trust me to supply what you feel you lack. Let go of pride that demands self-sufficiency, and humbly approach me for everything you need. I desire relationship with you that is more than just an exchange of needs and answers. I long for your affection and your trust for those small, everyday moments when you simply enjoy my presence without an urgent request. Faith is not only forged in crisis, but nourished in daily walks in ordinary acts of gratitude and surrender. When you rise in the morning, invite me into the details of your day. When you lie down, allow me to quiet your thoughts with peace that outlasts your worries. Whisper your hopes, your fears, your hidden dreams, and listen, for I do speak often in the gentle nudges of your heart, in the quiet reminders of my word, in the love that finds you through others. If you have doubted, do not shrink from me in shame. I know every question you have dared to ask, every uncertainty that haunts your nights. My love is not threatened by your honesty. In fact, I rejoice when you bring your whole self to me. Faith is not about pretending to be strong, but placing your fragility in my hands and trusting that I will hold you together. When you stumble, remember that failure is not the end of your story. It is a chance to learn how deep my grace runs and how willingly I lift you up. Guilt and condemnation are not my voice. My correction comes gentle and sure, restoring you rather than crushing you. Accept my forgiveness and step forward in freedom. Let the record of your wrongs be written over by the sacrifice I have offered on your behalf. I delight in your desire to seek me. Your pursuit is precious even when imperfect. Do not compare your spiritual journey to those around you. I lead each child in their own way, at the pace that will shape their heart most beautifully. Sometimes growth feels slow, like seeds breaking open beneath the soil unseen. Trust the process, for in hiddenness you are not forgotten. You are being made strong, able to bear fruit that will last. Keep nourishing your relationship with me, drawing water from the wells of my promises, soaking in my love, until your roots hold fast through every storm. There will be moments when you are called to step out from what is familiar. Do not fear the unknown. I am already waiting for you in the places you are afraid to go. If you cannot see the whole path, walk in the light I give you for today. Each act of obedience, each small yes to my leading, creates a trail of faith that will become a highway of blessing. Sometimes I will ask you to release something that brought comfort so you can receive something greater. Trust my heart when I ask you to let go, even if you do not yet understand. My ways are higher, and my plans for you are good beyond imagining. And when the world feels loud and the voices of fear and division press in, listen to my invitation to quietness. I call you to still waters, to the calm where you learn to hear the song of my delight over you. I am not a distant or distracted God. My attention is fixed on you. Breathe deeply of my peace. Let my spirit renew your mind. In the hush, you will hear my guidance more clearly. You will find wisdom not of this age, and you will discover strength you did not know you possessed. Do not squander your days on worries that cannot serve you. Instead, invest in hope and acts of love. Notice those around you who are hurting, for as you offer them my compassion, your own wounds will find healing. As you pour out, you will be filled. This is the rhythm of my kingdom. To give is to receive, to trust, is to soar, to surrender, is to find security. Let my love remake the atmosphere of your heart, where anxious striving once ruled. Let peace and gratitude take up residence. Speak words of life over yourself and others, knowing that your voice carries the power I have entrusted to you. You are my ambassador. In your ordinary moments, you shine with light that drives out darkness. If at times you feel weary, turn again and rest in me. I will always welcome you with open arms, never scolding for your weakness, but rejoicing over your courage to return. My mercy is new every morning, and there is no exhaustion or mistake too great to be met by my grace. Keep your eyes fixed on my faithfulness, for I have never failed you, and I will not start now. Each day is a fresh canvas for a new beginning, and I delight to see you walk in growing freedom, confidence, and joy, not just for your own sake, but because your life is a testimony of my power to redeem, restore, and make all things new. In the quiet that settles once your heart has truly stilled before me, you will sense a fullness, a reservoir of peace that is not fragile, not mere surface water easily evaporated by the heat of circumstance. This is the deeper well that I have carved out in your spirit, as you have invited me into your struggles, questions, and longing. My promise is steadfast. I will never abandon you, nor will I tire of your return to me, whether in weariness or joy. Remember how even when you faltered and hesitated, I remained unshaken. I have not set my affection on you because of your perfection or your ability to perform. It is not your successes or failures that determine my embrace. You are mine because I have chosen you, and my covenant with you is more durable than the shifting seasons, more solid than the bedrock beneath your feet. At times, you measure your worth by the incomplete results of your efforts, but I look past your anxieties to the final tapestry I am weaving, where you see only disconnected threads. I see the whole, every pain allowed, and every joy bestowed, integrated into a design of unspeakable beauty. You were never meant to bear your burdens unaided. I do not expect you to muster all strength or clarity in your own wisdom. Instead, surrender the compulsion to control every outcome, and trust that what lies in my hands is always safer than what you cling to in uncertainty. Let your exhaustion become an invitation for my renewal, and let the ache of longing for more be a holy hunger that draws you continually into my presence. There is no shadow too dense, no valley too deep, where my love cannot reach you. Whenever you find yourself pressed by the weight of fear or shame, know that these are not barriers I shrink from. They are places I rush to with compassion. I delight to surprise you with my kindness, to lift your face and show you wonders where you expected only disappointment. The transformation you long for is not out of reach. It is not reserved for others, yet withheld from you. My restoring power does not demand that you first solve all your problems or rid yourself of weakness. It is precisely in your vulnerability that my grace shines brightest, turning wounds into witnesses of hope for others. As you take the next steps forward, refuse to be defined by regret or immobilized by what you cannot yet see. I am in the business of making all things new, not erasing the past, but redeeming it so thoroughly that scars become soil for future blooms. Lift your eyes from the ground you have already traveled. The road ahead is filled with unexpected mercy and provision. Even when your progress feels halting, or your direction unclear, trust that I am navigating each detail with care. The story I am writing with your life is meaningful even when the narrative takes turns you did not anticipate. Let laughter and gratitude mingle with your tears, for I celebrate every expression of life you offer. The still small moments of faithfulness, choosing gentleness, when anger beckons forgiving, when bitterness seems easier, rising again, when disappointment lingers, are acts of worship that resonate with my heart. I see the courage it takes to keep loving and risking when your hope feels fragile. You are never alone on this journey. I surround you with more support, more hidden intercessions and providence than you can imagine. Rest in the assurance that my ways are higher than your ways and my timing perfect even when it feels slow. Lay down the urge to demand immediate clarity or certainty. Instead, let patience have its work, producing in you a quiet strength and a deeper trust. In every delay, I am developing within you the character and vision required for the blessings I prepare. Do not mistake apparent silence for abandonment. Even when I seem quiet, I am attentive, orchestrating details you do not yet perceive, shielding you from dangers unseen, and preparing good gifts for their appointed season. As you breathe in this moment, know that I am closer than your next heartbeat. Open your hands to receive what you cannot earn my presence. Let it minister courage, realign your priorities, and free you from burdens too heavy to bear alone. Learn to delight in me not just for what I give, but for who I am. The more you know my heart, the more fearless your love will become, breaking through walls of self-preservation into genuine self-giving compassion. I am inviting you to step out in faith, not because you are unafraid, but because you trust that I go before you and stand with you in every uncertainty. Let your life resound with the quiet confidence of one who is beloved, entrusted, and guided at every turn. When doubts whisper that you are overlooked or unworthy, recall the truth that I have named you my own, and I delight to see you flourish. Your journey will not be untouched by difficulty, but you walk it with one who has conquered every trial and whose arms are everlasting. Welcome correction as a gift of love, and see in every challenge the evidence that I am not finished with you. There is more healing, more freedom, more joy available than you have yet dared to imagine. Lift your voice in honest prayer, not hiding your needs, but bringing them boldly before me. Pour out your fears and dreams, and listen for my gentle responses. I am never wearied by your prayers, never put off by your need. With every conversation, your heart is shaped to align more closely with my purposes. Delight in the knowledge that nothing in your life is wasted. Every season, even those you would have chosen differently, holds meaning in my hands. As you continue in the days to come, walk forward in the confidence that no force can snatch you from my grasp. Remember that all authority in heaven and on earth belongs to me, and I am working for your good. Let your hope rest not in changing circumstances, but in my unchanging character. Live as one set free, loving boldly, forgiving, quickly seeking justice and mercy, and trusting that I will complete the good work I began in you. Amen. Now arise, carry this truth into your world. Love with my fierce compassion, risk with my courage, and trust me as I lead you into greater depths of hope and purpose.